It's a lovely Thursday, and welcome once again to the Ruthless Invitational Showdown Season 7. It's Contra here with Red Queen Andy to bring you the grand finale, the final day of PUBG Mobile Esports action here in Ruthless Hype Esports. So if you guys have just joined us here, make sure you hit that subscribe as well as like button, as we will bring you so much more action-packed tournaments in the future. But right now is where we're at, the final day of a grueling, intense week of action. It all comes down to the final 6 match, Andy.
Oh my goodness, I didn't even know it was Thursday already. That's how tight the competition is. Makes you forget about everything else. But yeah, I mean, you're right. There were a lot of action, drama, and suspense that happened yesterday. And it was such a great thing to witness teams from the lower section of the leaderboard stepping up to the challenge. And today, it is going to be more interesting since we're about to find out who our champions are going to be after just 6 matches. Again, this is the last day of the grand finals. So, oh man, it is going to be epic.
It definitely will be, and of course, if you guys have just tuned in, we'll give you all the lowdown and the details necessary. If you guys might have actually missed a couple of games, or you guys just went in blind to the channel and saying, hey, what's really going on here in the scene? Well, don't worry, we'll keep you guys all up to speed in moments time. But wow, what a journey it has been so far, Red Queen, where we've seen a lot of teams competing on the semifinals to secure that top 16. And here on the top 16, we've been impressed and absolutely wowed by some of the performances of the teams. And also, we'll see who else will be able to rise to the occasion to be crowned the Season 7's champion.
You know, one of the great things that happened yesterday is the fact that, you know, teams from South Asia really did step up. And I believe T2K had won 2 chicken dinners, one in Erangel and one Miramar. So I'm pretty happy because T2K actually was the team that gave me my first winner chicken dinner point.
Yeah, I'm glad that you managed to get your predictions absolutely on point, and we'll see who will be the most on point for today's tournament, where they will take the lion's share of that $5,000 in the pool. And of course, this will be the point system as follows. If you guys are first watching for the first time, the chicken dinner will reward the winning team with 10 points. Second place with 6. As you can see, the numbers slowly decrease by 1. From 9th place all the way to 16, it's absolutely 0, as they will need to secure elimination points. And this has been the schedule where we are down to our final day here on August 8th. But it's been an intense past week that these teams have tried. Some of them may have failed, but we'll hope to see them again in the future. So now our top 16 is sure to draw their finest shots into the match.
You know, the intensity is actually not just coming from the games or even the teams or even the players. Intensity also coming from our fans, very passionate when it comes to supporting their teams and their favorite players. So I do expect you guys to make a lot of noise down there in the comments section, and make sure that you guys participate in the ongoing poll that we have. I believe the production, or like the Ruthless Hype Esports, is asking you guys which team are you going to support for today's set of matches. And as for the prize pool, it's a whopping $5,000. And who can forget the fact that we also have an individual prize to be given away to our most valuable player. It's a total of $500.
Yep, there's a lot of money at stake here, and by the end of the day, we'll see who will be able to cash out the biggest chunk of it all. But of course, in the grand finals, these are your favorite teams that will be playing throughout the course of the evening. We have Team Secret, Alter Ego Aries, Sam9, Desaver, which have performed impressively from the semifinals. Even heading into the finals, we do see some great momentum shifting towards some of all these players coming in from different groups of A, B, as well as C. And also, we have the uprising of DRS throughout the course of the finals too.
Yeah, we do expect, though, for from D-Savior to still show us some sort of like a boost of energy in getting those elimination points. We need them to actually climb up more ranks. And as for RQ, I mean, these guys, their gunfights, their firepower is not faltering whatsoever. They continue to be one of the formidable teams here in the Season 7. And we do expect, you know, the same kind of thing coming from Vampire Esports. 52 Esports, oh man, they were ruthless yesterday.
Yeah, and that's the name of the game throughout the course of these battles. And of course, despite BTR being on 70 during the semifinals, there was the disqualification of FaceTime that allowed them this chance here in the finals. Not only sliding through, but finally showing the fans what they could always offer when it comes down to an international level tournament where they are still currently within that top 5 reach. Meanwhile, of course, we have to see whether or not this remains to be the case, because nobody's going to be holding back. These intense 6 back-to-back matches, we will see who will be able to really alleviate themselves, not only from the nerves as well as from the pressure, but to also secure some really, really clean wins heading into today's matchups. So, like, even if they're going to be on 9th, 10th, 12th placement, 2 chicken dinners like how T2K had from yesterday might have actually skyrocketed them into that podium spot.
Oh man, you know what? I would like to give a big shout out to our viewers, and again, just make a lot of noise to show your support to your favorite teams. Yeah, I can see Kamal. Big shout out to you. You've been very active since yesterday. You know what? Getting back into what we were discussing just a while ago about the teams. BTR. Okay, there's actually a lot of controversies surrounding BTR at the moment, you know, especially coming from their coaching staff. But hopefully, you know, Bigotry Red Aliens will show us what they can do, inside the battlegrounds. And as for our overall MVP for day number 2 of the grand finals, it is none other than Crypto, coming from 52 Esports, setting up a total of 26 elimination points, 4,744 damage output, and 43.33% team contribution. I mean, it is justifiable because of the fact that we've seen a lot of clutches actually coming from this guy alone.
Yeah, Crypto has always been the star of the Pakistani team. Whereas when we take a look at the top 5 as well, Gosu, Nyan, Kenny, as well as Jiki has also remained to be up there trying to challenge that spot as well. Whereas those that have performed very well in the semifinals, names such as Bose, hasn't really been having that form of momentum as well. Whereas 52 Esports, they are looking hot and firm. So when you have Crypto activated with T24, this is one hell of a scary team to face up against.
Yeah, 2.17 average elimination points compared to 1.83, who is coming second for the road to MVP. That is quite a gap there. And just to give recognition, of course, to some of the overall fraggers as well that performed really great. That would be GK coming from Team Secret, Ghost of Team Flash, 9 of Todak, and we also got Kenny of Sem9. Now, this is what puzzles me, Contra. GK, we can see this guy really putting up a very good show for all of us. He was able to set up 23 finishes, but we cannot see his name, or like he's not even a candidate for the overall MVP just yet.
He's definitely carrying the weight for Team Flash right now, sitting at the top of the table with 98 points. That's a staggering amount of record being accumulated throughout the past 2 days, and Alter Ego Ares have managed to make their last-ditch efforts to be able to push 4 ranks up, now in the top 3, so the race is definitely on. Well, that will also consist of Team Secret as well as Bigotron Red Aliens in the top 5 ratio, but we can see everyone's within touching distance. With 1 point shy, RRQ can also overtake at any given moment. Same goes to Sem9 as well as Toda from Malaysia.
Yep, we've seen RRQ pull off like a 3 chicken dinner in a day, so perhaps they can do the same thing for the last day of the grand finals. That will surely catapult them at the top spot. Coming on to the second page here, just like what we mentioned earlier, we can still see the Arrest, Vampire Gaming, and also the Savior, T2K even, that needs a little more effort, just to make sure that they get enough points to be included in our set of winners for today, for this tournament. Now, Void Donkey, during the semifinals, these guys have been racking it. They've won multiple winner chicken dinners, but today, or for the grand finals, they are actually at the bottom of the page here. So perhaps, everyone's curious if Void Donkey can come up with a much more effective plan for today's set of matches.
Yeah, probably playing spoilers will be their plan throughout the course of the evening, considering they are a little bit far off from the podium spots. But taking a look at Team Flash as well as 52 Esports, our top dogs here, facing head-to-head. When it comes down to ferocity, you know both of them do match in terms of numbers. Of course, a little bit more extra coming in from the side of 52 Esports. And when it comes down to head-to-head, who we would love to see perform really well individually will be Sleepy as well as Boboho coming in from Sem9. But of course, my eyes have always been on Sleepy because he has been that superstar for DRS throughout this course of the Invitationals. And just look at his stats, it's just showing consistency as well as great effort when it comes down to elimination points. But Boboho has always been the backbone for Sem9.
Yeah, Sleepy. I do agree with you. I mean, this guy has been putting up the digits, onto the scoreboard. And I do expect him as well to kind of pop off, for the last 6 matches. I mean, this is the final opportunity for all 60 teams to kind of break their limits, right? Push for the boundaries. And for today's matches, there's no change in the format. We're going to kick things off still in Erangel, the OG map, the Classico map. And then in between, we're going to have a double Miramar, double Erangel, and then we're going to wrap things up, of course, in Miramar. For top Erangel performers, okay, these are the teams I do need to watch out for. Alter Ego Eras, coming from Indonesia, Malaysia, Sem9, and we also got T2K coming from Nepal, and of course, Team Flash of Vietnam.
Yeah, and overall, that massive wins coming in from T2K wasn't exactly a fluke. They have definitely put every single last-ditch effort in order to get those 2 winner chicken dinners from the course of yesterday's bout, and now challenges some of all these big names out there. But of course, it's been the hard-hitting side of Team Flash that has been really outperforming so many out there, and they are still one of the teams to beat. And of course, before we go into the predictions, thank you guys so much for hitting that sub button, and congratulations to Ruthless Hype Esports. They have finally hit 300K, and it's all thanks to all of you guys out there. Now, of course, we'll get our show going as we will go with the predictions. Now, I guess traditionally, from what I've seen coming from the semifinals, Alter Ego Aries have always been very consistent. So my first game, I'll be predicting Alter Ego.
Ooh, kind of fast there, huh, Contra? Okay. Well, perhaps, yeah. I mean, this is not even questionable at all. Alter Ego Eras is indeed, quite a strong team in any competition. Now, production, of course, we are wondering who you guys are going to pick.
Well, I'm not too sure if we will get it rigged this time around, but wow!
T2K!
T2K again, continuing on with the streak. I love it. I love it. I want to see them climb up because even last season, Hora has been able to do so. I'm definitely on that train as well. What about you, Raid Queen?
Oh, man. I'm going to head on to the real soldiers, DRS.
Okay, 2 SA teams on board, and of course you guys can do so as well. Drop in your comments and tell us who you guys do want to see to claim that first chicken dinner, and our show of the match will be starting in a moment's time. But of course, there's a lot to talk about here. Like, there's just so many things that happen here in the finals where, we have this conversation before, like, were teams hiding some secret strats, or did they really not want to show their cards until the grand finals happen? And it really feels like this is the case where, Team Flash shows that they still have a lot left on the tank. They did really well on week 1, and then after that, it's just a little bit slower as compared to what we would like to actually see from the team. And yesterday was T2K, and throughout the course, I think BTR is doing pretty well, okay as well.
I mean, I can see that BTR has a lot of adjustment to do. Yesterday, Sir Cloud and I were talking about Vampire Esports because they have been playing all the games on a chill mode. They're more relaxed, but we also need to consider that this is an off-season tournament, right? So this is probably a chance, for the other teams to kind of play PUBG Mobile without any pressure whatsoever, because they still need to enjoy the games, right? Some of the teams, they exert a bare minimum effort. We haven't really seen some of them transform into the beast that we know that they are. I mean, Vampire Esports, for example, they are at the second page, but we all know that these guys can deliver. We also got the likes of T2K, Void Donkey, and the rest of the teams that are on the second page. But then again, it is going to be the nature of competition. Whether or not they perform great, whether or not they give it their best, we can only crown one champion. And of course, we're going to find that out today.
That's right. And with that being said, we're about to begin our first match of the final 6 for today. So here we are on match 13. And like you said, some players, they really got to get their engines running. They cannot afford to snooze out in some of these matches. Same can be said about what happened early on with Vampire Esports. Now 10 seconds on and less on the clock as we will get ourselves ready for the Ruthless Invitational Showdown Season 7. And here we go into Erangel.
Full steam ahead, ladies and gents. Yesterday, we've seen quite a decline when it comes to draft clashes, so perhaps we'll see teams right now go head-to-head right off the bat. But let's check out where the flight path would be. So I can see Pubg, Prison, Milta. Okay, will be coming from the east side, I believe, heading west. So military base is right down there. Yesterday we've seen a military base finish, or perhaps we've seen, okay, I think it was just like a part of military base. So perhaps we can see a military base finish right now. But let's focus our attention onto the left side of the screen here. We are showing you guys the top players for the grand finals. Alva 7 with the most knockouts. Highest damage still goes to Crypto 5th to Esports, 4,744 damage output, and he is still holding, of course, the overall MVP title for the most elimination points.
That's right, and there's definitely a lot of names to challenge that as well. Speaking of a challenge, I want to see how this flight path actually dictates how these teams will be faring in the early game. You know, during the semifinals, there's plenty of clashes in Yasna Pollyanna. I hope that in the finals they have already sorted out. So Team Flash, they will be very well on course into the city. Meanwhile, we'll see the same 2 teams that will be moving into the Sosnovska Island, which will be Team Pandem as well as Team Secret. Other than that, coast is clear. It seems like there has been adjustments made coming from the side of NKT. They are taking the south side of the port, so they will be within that first stage. But for the rest of the squads that comes from the far west end side of the map, this will be very concerning to me because it's Vampire Esports, it's Void Donkey. They're really far off, and they're the ones that need the most points.
I'm checking out the Savior and where they are actually headed. We all know these guys love to drop around Pochinki, so I'm checking if they're headed towards that direction. But they're right behind Bigatron Red Aliens, who is, I believe, prioritizing to get inside the safe zone. Perhaps they're going to be staying around Rozok area. We're just not sure if that's going to be the case, so we'll just have to wait. But for D Savior, I guess that answers my question. D Savior now going through, of course, some of the buildings here around Pochinki, getting everything, getting all the resources they need before they get into any engagement for today, or for this round at least. But most of I guess the fights will happen around south area of the circle as well as west.
Yeah, that's what we will predict to happen in a couple of moments' time. But what's really interesting, though, when we do keep a zoom eye close onto the Savior, is that they go on that 2-2 split, 2 within the central area of Pochinki. Meanwhile, the other 2 with Lamborghini splits off, quickly grabbing whatever initial gears they have and drive towards the areas of ruins, hopefully to negate some of all these movers coming in from either South George or take a better firm control into areas where they could start to close in into potentially Rozok as well to meet up against the rest of Big Red Aliens perhaps. But here are our hot favorites, T2K, that has been showing up so strongly from yesterday.
And I guess there's really nothing more that I want, for T2K Esports to really improve for today's set of matches, considering the fact that they were able to set up their momentum yesterday, scoring 2 winner chicken dinner. So, perhaps they could bring in the same kind of energy back into the table and just really gather a lot of points to make sure that they skyrocket at the top of the charts here.
Yeah, for now, of course, we'll have to see what can they actually churn up at the moment as they take central control over onto what I like to call the intersection between Shelter as well as Yasnaya and Rozok, is where, the crossroads of players will be moving out and about, and T2K being absolutely proactive on their stance. Void Donkey have about 29 points at the moment. whereas the chances for them are, I would say, none within the span of 6 games. But my eyes are on them because they are the ones who really kick off maybe players off the match, or perhaps deliver some points to some of these guys. So we'll keep a close eye out for them. But RRQ, though, what's your thoughts on them? Because they're now really close towards the top 3 as well.
These guys are, I mean, the way that they play can sometimes be nerve-wracking just because of the fact they're very aggressive, again, in getting those winner chicken dinners. It's not impossible at all for the side of RQ to score at least 3 chicken dinners a day. So if they can actually pull off that kind of pace, once again, it is not impossible at all that they could actually be the winners of the Ruthless Invitational Showdown Season 7. And as for Voindunkey, I think it's already safe to say that it's a pretty slim chance, for Voindunkey to win the entirety of this tournament. But hey, there's a big chance for them to try out a lot of possibilities in terms of their rotations and gameplay and their strategies, considering the fact that they no longer have anything to lose.
Yeah, they seem to be pretty much at least well on their course into what they are hoping to achieve at the very least. As for Bigatron Red Aliens, though, like, have they finally succumbed to a fixed roster? Because now what we're looking at is Satar, Genfoss in the mix alongside with Lapar, as well as Zuxi. So these are the players that definitely have seen a lot of international action and definitely has the same level of experience as compared to, veterans like Luxy, who's currently being benched at the moment. But here we have a setup by the bridge from the side of Team Secret. Are they really looking out for Team Panem is the question.
Okay, so Asa, coming from RQ, just got knocked down. And they're having an altercation up against Todak. 9 from the side of Todak is also on the ground. We can see that Lynx is doing a massive spray here. Clayon, however, that wasn't a very good approach. No Mercy actually eliminated him instantaneously. And now we can see the Fnatic having an exchange as well up against another team, another player coming here for Todak. I believe that would be Iftar. Ooh.
Wow, what a bloodbath that was. They're just going toe-to-toe. Now it's only down to Lynx to try to seek refuge here. He's really got to spot out where Fnatic is. He's still hiding by the corners of the smoke. 2 members healthy and alive for the side of RRQ outnumbers the rest of Todak. And the longer he takes, there's not going to be any chance that Todak could actually escape the wrath of this mess. Shots now playing fire towards the side of RRQ as he does clinch onto Assad. That's going to be Team Flash that will pry onto this area as well, as the third party Lynx is still dealing with Quan.
But you know what? Damage has already been done, for the side of Todak. They're pretty vulnerable because, well, obviously they are about to lose majority of their members here. We're talking about just Lynx being the last member, and Team Flash, I guess they're so confident, right, in challenging up Todak here just because they've heard the gunshots. And I guess there's a little bit of hesitation now coming from the side of RQ because they've gotten the whiff, right, that there's another team present from inside that compound monitoring the situation and could go in at any point from their altercation.
Yeah, and for Lynx, he doesn't seem like there's much that he could do but to hold out into this quarter as well. Team Flash decides it's not really worth to go full charging in because these 2 teams might have seemed to call for a truce at the moment. So they will still respect the numbers out there because for pro players, they always take a look at the feed as well to see how many players have been eliminated. But there is still Bose that drops a big nade over on the top side. So that will really have to dodge some of all these grenade galore coming in, and shots are also being fired from the side of NKT, I do believe. So this is just going to go as rowdy as we see at the moment, but it could get even more intense in the moment's time. Team Flash, though, no full-on approach. They're being very careful about this.
Being very calculated. I mean, we only saw Quan, right, trying to flush out this remaining player coming from Todak, and RQ is just I guess holding on to that house. I mean, they're not engaging. We did mention just a while ago that there was a bit of hesitation. Of course, you don't want to be reckless at this point in the competition, considering the fact that you've already managed to come this far. I mean, you guys are already in the finals, and this is last day. So one mistake could be very costly, could be very expensive. So I guess it was like a good call. They don't have the information, they don't have the knowledge as to how many actually players from Team Flash are about to approach that compound, so might as well just stay put, for a while, hold your fire. But for Team Flash, I mean, they did try to flush out Todag, but I guess they decided to, okay, this is not going to be worth our while, so perhaps we could back away, live to fight another day.
Yeah, and also based on that circumstance as well, it's not the best approach for the side of Todak to go on for that full brawl. Considering the stakes that were involved, they were placed at 8 with a potential to even climb into the top 5 throughout the course of the run. Now that actually supplements RRQ so much more that they are going to be within reach to even overtake Team Secret in these upcoming matches. But for Team Secret, they still have 3 members on board. As for Sem9, they are safely taking the course of the shelter grounds, and they do know that there is NKT somewhere around, so they're keeping their vehicles absolutely safe. Of course, Stage 2, all teams remain to be intact, but Stage 3 and 4, that's where we'll see bigger fights to happen in a short couple of minutes. But for now, it's just going to be the preparation, the calm before the storm. Roy Esports, though, like we've seen this Vietnamese team actually securing plenty of chicken dinners back in Miramar during the semifinals, but grand final seems to be pretty tough of a course for the good-looking Chads of Roy Esports for now. But we'll see if they will be able to at least hold their footing. Now, the zone will be closing for now, and Ling somehow drops the nade towards Snape, so they will carry on with that battle.
Oh, Snape is down. Oh my goodness. But yeah, we're gonna check it out in just a while. In the meantime, the small screen right here on your left, I think it shows 52 Esports. And if you're going to be paying close attention to the map here, they are pretty close with the Roy and also the Savior, but they are in a compound if I'm not mistaken. So I guess there's really no pressure whatsoever. I mean, for now, to leave that spot. But coming off the kill feed, it's Team Pandem now versus Team NKT, and the fight is actually happening. Where are they exactly? Are they inside the circle now? But anyway, Achul just went in for a massive spray. Unfortunately, he's a little slow on the trigger there compared to Joker, but here comes now Billbot to avenge his teammate. Oh, Billbot actually ran out of space there, and Joker capitalized on that situation, and he's going for his 3rd kill here for Team Pandem.
He can actually go for even more as he charges into the doorways. There is a nade to be primed up, and that will need to be dodged, but there's just no time for him to even pick up his teammates as well. Joker now, with so little help left, tries to land the final shot, and yes, he does! A complete ace coming in from Joker to save not only NKT, but backed 4 total points to the tally.
Joker, the crown prince of crime. Yeah, but he's also the crown prince, I guess, coming from Team NKT. I mean, in the process, they also lost Mr. Joe, but 5 elimination points. This is, I mean, this only goes to show that they mean serious business here. But checking out Roy Esports, okay, they are somewhere around north side, and Team Flash, 52 Esports, even Voindunky. They are within proximity here. But yeah, speaking of those teams, T2K might have a clash up against Bigatron Red Aliens as they make their way towards the circle coming from the northern side as well. As for Alter Ego Eras, they're holding on to the edge of the circle here, coming fresh from Yesnaya Polyana, and they're pretty close with RRQ and Todak as well, who has been having quite an exchange since stage 1.
Yeah, I believe that Lynx will be just keeping himself safe for the whole course of the game as much as he can, but I say that he finds no mercy as well. RRQ is slowly being torn apart one after another just by that Lone Ranger of Todak. I believe that will be the end for the Malaysian side. They did manage to claim 1 elimination, but that's all that there is throughout that long form of skirmish. And at the end of the day, nobody here really wins throughout the course of it. RQ, however, they got that 4 points, so not too shabby after all. But T2K, they are now finding themselves in the predicament. Coming in from the north side, they might need to make a move, but there is still Roy to deal with by the corner of the Snaya fields. So right now, in the middle of it all, it's going to be the Savior as well as Team Secret. Sim9 as well as DRS also share some really good spacing in between the central areas of the upcoming zone, whereas plenty of teams coming in from the northwest as well as northeast. So as they convoy through, we might actually see some casualties coming from side of R-Cube as the rest of Alter Ego areas is starting to close into their tight area of play.
Yeah, but I still like the fact that Lynx actually was able to still get at least one elimination point coming from R-Cube before exiting the game. It was because of Snape, the half-blood prince there, serving his revenge up against Lynx that actually closed up the fight. But yeah, I mean, coming from that exchange, R-Cube actually lost at least 2 of their members, which is going to be tough here, considering that we still got a lot of like heavy hitters team inside the game. So let's see how long they're going to last, or if they have the best chance of actually scoring a chicken dinner here for our first match this evening. But from the map, I can see that Team Secret is basically right down there in the middle. They're surrounded by the Savior, Sim9, and NKT, but there are a lot of teams from the north side that are actually flocking in, and T2K still will be coming from outside of the zone. But I do feel like there's going to be at least a 4-way battle here, or maybe even 5, because Roy, Team Flash, BTR, Void Donkey, 52 Esports, they're all together in one spot.
Yeah, they're just going to be noisy neighbors right now. Meanwhile, Vampire Esports, this time fielding Stone, Newsy, as well as Tony K. Hard hitters all within this line of sight. Shweb's trying to seek out for more. For the semifinals, he's one of the top fraggers of the tournament right now, trying to regain that glory. Zux is going to be knocked down from all these pressure coming out from the fields, as teams are also starting to push in all directions. That's 52 Esports over on the top end of the valley. And this isn't going to look all too good with Bigatron pretty much hiding within that small little dip that they have. But Alter Ego, they're definitely on this hot pursuit, finding one member out, and that's Rules. Oh, that's bad news for the side of T2K. They just have to turn kills and run.
Oh, there was more than like 2 T2K members that got shut down by Alter Ego errors, so this puts them in a world of trouble, to be honest. Rolls is already out of the game. I believe that was the confirmation we've been waiting for, courtesy of Hands for You. But I can see Igneous still alive, so I'm looking at their situation. So we are still looking at a couple of members from T2K, and I think they will be fleeing this scene, considering, well, they're already at a disadvantage, but they are being shot by 52 Esports just because they were passing through a certain location here where they're setting up camp.
Yeah, I just love the zone control that 52 Esports have at the moment. This whole section here, along with a compound to guard the northern end, we'll see them reaping a lot of points if they do it right. They're still in the squad, which is in the form of Alter Ego being in close proximity. Not only that, Roy Esports, what's their take here? Because no matter what, they really have to find a way to cut through, and that's just one way if they really want to get past towards the center, by taking on 52 Esports. Now shots are also being fired from the side of Alter Ego, or I do believe to be guarding the other end. And now this is going to be that full-on exchange between Tuss as well as the rest of Roy, trying to flush out that position from the side of Alter Ego Ares, so as Alter Ego at least have the reprieve of the circle much closer to them. So Roy, they're still not in yet. 30 seconds from now, they got to decide, are they going to flood the gates out there to take on 52?
And there's a lot of teams, by the way, has been avoiding conflict, the beginning stages of the match, like the Savior, Vampire Esports. They have been holding to get inside the zone. I don't think we're going to see them pop off, at least for stage 5, but come stage 6, maybe they could start engaging in a fight. Alter Egos, however, they've already managed to set up 3 elimination points, and they have the possibility, of course, to assume more, considering the fact that there's a lot of teams that are in front of them. There's Roy, there's 52, there's Void Donkey, so But judging by their location just a while ago, Contra, I believe they are in a bit of a open space. So I cannot say if that is a good spot or not, because open space will always make you vulnerable.
Yeah, indeed. And on top of that, Team Flash had a rough course to even get into the field. Will be taken out by the members of Alter Ego. That adds another point onto the block. So Team Flash, despite them leading the pack there over onto the past couple of days, now see themselves being denied of gaining any form points here in the first match. So 52 Esports is going to be absolutely happy about this scenario. Not so much for BTR though. Now trying to charge towards the side of Tony K. Will not be able to hit the sharks just yet, but for the side of BTR, they're defending well enough. But Vampires has got nowhere to go, nowhere to escape. They get taken out. Same goes to the Savior as well. Out of nowhere, we're having names dropping off of the map. Big bang! It's Alter Ego to secure more and more of these names coming from the side of Team Secret. 7-9 wants in for blood as well. How can break through this time around? He's all alone. No time to even get his teammates back up as they try to do a swerve. 7-9 took charge and took Team Secret out. And majority of these Vietnamese teams are already off the map.
Yes, sir. That was a great ambush set up by 7-9 up against Team Secret, eliminating them from match number 1. It was because of Bigatron Red Aliens putting a stake through the hearts of the Vampires that got them eliminated as well. Now, 7-9 getting a taste of their own medicines as they are being charged by Team NKT. We can see that Joker has been put in a lot of nades up against 7-9, but amazingly, 7-9 remains to be elusive, right? Kenny is still alive, is still standing up, and Igneous, however, in other side, he is currently knocked down to the level. Man, just caught a nade coming from Genfus right there. It's a total domination coming from the Red Aliens, putting up a total of 6 elimination points, and man, oh man, are they in a roll.
That was such great position being displayed by the side of BTR. No heavy commitment. You don't really have to rush into that tiny little shack. One grenade to rule them all. And they will continue to pursue that chicken dinner in the course of this stage 5, which will appear so close to them. Not too difficult for BTR to eventually gain control, considering that Void Donkey only has 2 members playing by the center. But they still will have to be on the lookout here. 7-9. They're now by the edge of the zone, needing to deal with the side of NKT, but meanwhile for the side of Roy Esports, they charge right through against the rest of Void Donkey, and they still hold out strong. Zeta, as much as he's been knocked, he will be rescued in a short moment's time, but Roy, they still have a few members out there, but this place is absolutely zoned off, out of reach, and there's just no way that they can cut through.
They just came walking into the trap of a Void Donkey. That was so unfortunate for them, but it's a good play coming from the side of Void Donkey. Now, Team NKT, they know that they have to take care of business. They have to eliminate 7-9 from this exchange because none of them will be safe enough to get inside the circle unless they deal with one another. But you know what? This is also like a great angle coming from the side of BTR. I mean, while NKT's busy dealing with 7-9, they are kind of joining into the mix as well. You know, jumping to the gun right there, just getting those elimination points that they need. But look at that, Joker with 4 elimination points. Man, this guy is on a killing spree, but I don't think the clock is gonna last us long because 7-9 now already on a rampage as well.
7-9, they managed to take control of the situation despite NKT wrapping around them as well. There is DRS also taking that space coming from the other edge. And look at BTR, they're also making it rain. NKT, they have managed to accrue 5 points at the very least, but this was just absolutely overwhelming for them to take on the Tigers. But here comes the aliens. Now, popping nades after nades against their brethren from Void Donkey. Not really hitting the mark just yet as they try to flush them off. That is one position that all these teams are vying for. Rosemary sneaking from the back. He's just taking his sweet time to eventually strike. Meanwhile, 52 Esports, they aren't moving a muscle just yet. They're happy where they're at, but Zuxy's moving in pretty closely. BTR playing a very controlled game, but for now, Void Donkey, they're utilizing so many of their resources, popping nades after nades, and Kenny's gonna be able to find one more from the side of 7-9. Shots now fired from the side of X as he tries to dodge all these shots. There is still pressure on the side of Boboho with Alter Ego also chiming in as well. Hans for you popping up as they will take on members of DRS.
Hands for you stepping up to the gameplay as well. We've just seen a while ago the stats being put up by Rosemary in this particular match. I mean, he was able to set up 3 elimination points and 1 amazing great elimination, and he has already passed through that 1,000 or 4-digit mark when it comes to the damage output. Now, Rampage, again, coming from the side of Alter Ego Eris. We're down to our 5 teams remaining, ladies and gents, and 12 now for the side of Alter Ego Eris, who is obviously, of course, a little trigger happy here in this match.
5 teams remaining. There's still 16 players on the board for these teams to really take it all out. And if you're a player in this matchup, you're not a fan of this current terrain. There's a lot of open spacing right directly in the middle where teams will have to cross the road. Meanwhile, Coast Guard actually coming in from the side of Genfoss. Beautiful nade being dropped towards the top side. Will be able to alleviate some pressure onto the side of Red Aliens. Lapar now being saved, but there is still a little bit more of an opening for the 52 Esports to prime in some grenades. Alian now splends with a little bit more spokes as Satara finds more as they try to go in for some save and grace. It seems like there's not much left from the side of 52 Esports to do much here, but to hide beneath these vehicles. But here comes a full force of the Indonesians charging right through as BTR will flush them all out to secure a tenor in this match, moving into the top 4, and there is Sem9 versus Alter Ego.
You know what, obviously BTR is in an aggressive mood for today's set of matches. I guess this is a good start for them. But let's check out what is happening between Sem9 and Alter Ego Eris as Sem9 now collects 5 elimination points. We got Boysil, or was that Boysil? Okay, we got Superboy already on the ground. Same thing goes for Boysil. Depp is trying his best actually to defend the whole team. But there you go. We are now putting a stop on Alter Ego's streak. That was the end of the line for them, which brings us down to BTR versus Sem9. So this is a 4v3. BTR, they already have a total of 11 elimination points.
And both sides have been ferocious. We saw how Sem9 has so many teams to deal with, but they wrapped from the edges and somehow defended against teams like NKT, DRS, and even Alter Ego. Now, there is much more spacing for the rest of BTR to work with to also hide behind some of all these creases. But Satar, he's already taking a little bit of that room coming in from that south side. Things are going to be a little bit difficult for the side of Sem9, but we'll see whether if the circle will be shifting towards their favor. Smokes now being popped up. It definitely does draw the attention from the side of BTR, but they're all scattered into a 2-1-1 formation. And BTR is the one that has to make the move much closer towards the side of Sem9.
BTR obviously going for zone control here, but they're taking their sweet time. Sem9, they have at least a higher ground or some sort of elevation they can actually work with up against BTR, but we can see it's a 2-2 split. It's Lapar and Zuxi and Genfus, and then we got Satar on the other side. We are not seeing any push happen just yet come from both of the teams here. They're again just getting all the information they need before they actually head up to charge the opposition. But we can see that Satar's already on prone, planning to cook up a nade here. But I guess Sem9 knows exactly where to throw that nade.
They do, especially now with the rest of BTR funneled towards the south, and they will basically take the fight directly to Satar. Once he's being knocked down, it will be a direct charge, and BTR, they also do send 2 more members up close and personal where they want to settle scores with a direct hit quickly as they go. Zuxi coming in for a flank as well. What a great setup coming in from the aliens. Meanwhile, the tire is now being pressurized as they only have 3 members left on the spot of that small little kill that they're hiding from. Dropping big nades into the smoke. Kenny's job is to find one, but he gets taken out first and foremost. Now 4 versus 2. Superboy, full sentence, runs right through one of their members and will somehow dodge some shots, but that will still be negated by Lapar. It's only down to Depp. What can he do when he's on wheels? It's just going to be a full on-course wheel-to-wheel action, and now he's just turning tails to find himself taken down by the aliens as BTR secures the chicken dinner.
Oh man, that was indeed a brutal, fast-paced exchange coming from Sem9 and BTR. We don't even know what's going on or like which player is actually already on the ground. But then again, it was I guess a great opening finish for our first match this evening. BTR coming from Indonesia, getting that first WWCD.
Phenomenal work coming in from the labs. We saw how many teams were just really finding very difficult stances to even survive to make the cut into the top 5, where fights were really taking place all around. But BTR, they have been sharing the same space with B52 Esports for a long time, so they have assessed the situation well enough. They were taking on battles where other teams were committing to eventually add up to a lot of all these points and just zone out teams after teams, and that final decisive manner to take on 7-9 despite not really having the best room control, where obviously we were looking at 7-9 taking the higher ground. They eventually make a drastic decision to force 7-9 to make a decision quick, and eventually they were overwhelmed with only death remaining.
And we were talking about like some of the controversies actually circling Bigatron Red Aliens, you know, considering they've had like a change in the coach staff, or like basically a change in the roster, perhaps a lineup. They're probably checking out their dynamics and their synergy all throughout this competition. But then again, I guess they are here to prove us wrong, to make a statement that, hey, we are okay. You know, there's no problem going on for the side of Bigatron Red Aliens. And here you go. Here's the proof. We are giving you guys a big winner chicken dinner win.
Yeah, and of course, I do believe that even with new coaching staffs, as well as all these analysis that has been able to supplement, BTR is now looking better than ever for them to also snatch the top spot with this chicken dinner. But when we match those numbers, I would say that teams, they definitely have to travel in from really far distances of the map, and the 7-9 was the one that definitely made good use of the wheels throughout the course of the battle. Whereas for Boing Donkey, I believe that they definitely have been able to put themselves into, you know, a better, safer positioning, but still yet to remain is for them to be able to reach the podium. But Rosemary here will be the MVP of that matchup with those 4 elimination points back very early on, with a massive damage that has been dished out throughout the course of Erangel.
And for you guys out there who have been supporting your favorite players and your favorite teams, and there you go, our MVP for today's round. For this match in particular, that would be Rosemary, setting up a total for elimination points. Now, we want to reiterate the fact that, you know, okay, Rosemary from Alter Ego Airs was the overall MVP during the semifinals, and nobody actually came close to the kind of digits that he was able to put up on the board. But today, okay, or not even today, day 2 of the grand finals, it was Crypto who won the overall MVP. Now here is, of course, the great challenge. Now that Rosemary seems to be in the mood to collect a lot of points, can Crypto, coming from 52 Esports, remain strong, remain confident in defending the title? So I guess we'll just have to wait later on, because we are also going to announce who is going to be the overall most valuable player for the entirety of the Ruthless Invitational Showdown Season 7. But in the meantime, let's check out how Bigatron Red Aliens took that winner chicken dinner, their rotations and whatnot. So again, they started off coming from the west side, and as you can see, there were a lot of teams actually flocking from that area alone. So it's so amazing. I think it only goes to show just how accurate they are, precise they are at getting those elimination points. This is basically showing that they've had a lot of experience going through every competition that they've had so far.
Yeah, and also based off of that rotation, it wasn't exactly all too easy cutting through from mid to farm to eventually seek out this position where they have to move into Rozok first and foremost, where that's where they dealt with the majority of the crowd. But the focal point for the side of BTR is they have always taken charge onto what's around their vicinity as they eventually take on 52 Esports to open up this wide space to eventually challenge the rest of 7-9. Whereas we saw even 7-9 managed to do exactly just that, coming in from the direct south, and you know, beautiful C shape as they managed to just draw across the map. And well, you know what is spelled with C? Champions, where they have been champions of the PMPL back in the past, but right now sitting with 24 points. Is this enough to challenge teams like Team Flash that has been remaining stagnant in the course of the battle. Meanwhile, of course, Alter Ego Ares on second place with 16 points, 14 for Sam9. So these are just huge chunk of points being accrued by some of the teams that are racing for the top.
Yes. And Todak, Team Flash, D-Savior, Vampire Esports, obviously these teams need to do a major comeback for the next rounds to come. Again, we're done with our first match this evening, so we're talking about 5 games remaining for the whole of Ruthless Invitational Showdown. Now, checking out the stats. Yesterday, we were kind of hoping to see the number of thrombles used in the game to go as high as 300 plus, and now it came true. We're now looking at 349. So it's safe to say, I guess, that this remains to be a meta coming from the teams here. And then also checking out the player who pulled off the longest elimination distance. I believe that was 52 Esports, if I'm not mistaken, that was able to get that title.
Yeah, and it seems like over here in the overall rankings, it's going to be an Indonesian dominance coming in from Alter Ego Ares as well as Bigatron Red Aliens to bridge into the 100-pointer mark. Meanwhile, 1 point shy is going to be Team Flash as well as 52 Esports, still within a good ratio of grasp, whereas Team Secret did not manage to have a good game as they will slide down further. But the ones on the second half of the page that has improved the most is got to be NKT. We saw how well they actually took up some of all these fights, but also were overwhelmed throughout the course of it. Vampires Esports as well as Roy, they will be shoved one spot down, but now it's a tie between them as well as Roy Esports with NKT.
Okay, so there were a lot of upsets, you know, for some of the teams here performing for match number 1, but it is not too late just yet, ladies and gents. I mean, I can say that at least for the second page, we can probably see a lot of reshuffle to happen. But of course, we're going to talk more about what happened during our first match and what can happen in the next rounds to come the moment that we come back. So we're just going to take a short break. Red Queen, Andy, and of course, Contra will be back after this. competition is tight, and that's exactly how we want it. Match 1 down, 5 to go. Welcome back to the RIS Season 7. Ooh, why did I say RIS? Ruthless Invitational Showdown. This is Red Queen, joined by Contra, and we are casters this evening.
That's right. And once again, congratulations to Ruthless Hype Esports because they have finally hit 300K. All thanks to all of you guys who have been supporting throughout the growth of the channel. So, of course, we thank all of you guys for being here, just watching and enjoying yourselves with all the PUBG Mobile Esports content that we do have. And, of course, we will definitely bring you all the amazing tournaments in not only weeks or months to come, but for now, of course, we focus on our grand finals here, where we have $5,000 on the line as BTR inches closer and closer within reach to take a big chunk of that first place finish. Now, as we will have a change of scenery, diving into Miramar back-to-back to see who will be able to really put on a really good showing. And of course, traditionally, this has been a map that has been pretty much dominated by big Vietnamese squads such as Team Flash as well as Team Secret. Will that still continue to be the case here moving into our final day of action?
We might see a different kind of pace considering the fact that we're done with Erangel. So we're stepping into the dry lands of Miramar, where we can only see little to no precipitation whatsoever coming from the barren desert. But yes, with this is basically just like a taste of like what's about to come for the Clash of Giants Season 5. Did I tell you guys that we're about to have Clash of Giants Season 5 pretty soon? So, oh man, you just have to stay tuned with what is happening actually inside the community. So make sure that you hit that sub button down there in the comment section.
Yep, you can do so now before we begin our runs. But of course, it's time for us to predict once again. Now, traditionally, this map has been, like what I said, Vietnamese dominated. But yesterday and the day before, we also see wins coming in from so many different squads out of all these other regions, including T2K to be one of it. But I guess like that was a really rough game for T2K previously. So I think like my vote this time around is going for Team Secret, something that's a little bit safe so that I can get these points of prediction up a little bit. So is there going to be a different approach from you guys?
You know what? There's a little competition happening right now between Contra Production and Red Queen when it comes to, of course, who we think is going to be winning next. But yeah, since you've already claimed Team Secret, I do wonder what production is going to choose, or which team production is going to choose.
Oh, BTR.
BTR.
Fresh off of that chicken dinner. Okay, back-to-back win. That's what he's rooting for.
Now, yesterday, we've been talking about like how this team really starts off really strong, but somehow, mid-games, their energy kind of fluctuates, but they have a title to defend, I guess, for the tournament. I mean, they've come so close, so I think they're not going to let this one go, proving themselves, like making a statement, make a name for themselves. So, Team Flash for Red Queen Andy.
All right. Now, that's a lot of Southeast Asian names on board here, but if there's going to be South Asian teams that we're rooting out for, we're looking at DRS so far having a really good performance back in Erangel, and I guess traditionally in Miramar, they've been doing pretty okay. 52 Esports, though, they have got some amazing stats. I think that 52 has definitely got a huge chance moving in for a chicken dinner as well. So, of course, let us know your thoughts when it comes down to who's going to be able to get themselves this second chicken dinner of the day. And there's about, what, 5 more matches to conclude the whole event, man. Red Queen, I just don't even know what to feel about this because it's been such an action-packed week for all of us out there, and I kind of want more than just 5 games, but here we are as we're about to kick off yet another run into the deserts of Miramar.
Honestly, I'm just enjoying the show, just looking at teams here, which of them is really going to have like some sort of like supernova kind of power the moment that they step into the the maps here and just really rack up a lot of points. But yeah, we did choose, teams that we think is going to be the best one to actually score a winner chicken dinner. And we'd love for you guys to join us as well. I know it's pretty hard, at least for us. I mean, it's really giving us the headache, right, in choosing teams that we think is going to be winning the chicken dinner. But if you can give us your thoughts as well, drop them down in the comment section and let us know. And again, we have an ongoing poll for you guys, so make sure that you cast your vote. But anyway, second game. Again, we're looking at the final 6 matches, by the way, so it's going to be interesting, and just that. So make sure that you invite your friends, and perhaps you can have like a watch party or something.
Yeah, and of course, root for your fellow countrymen if you happen to be from either one of these in the cities of these nations playing on board. But even if you're not, of course, this is high quality PUBG Mobile, where we are fielding some of the best teams from all over South Asia as well as Southeast Asia at the moment, if you guys just tune in. So from the get-go, we are having a flight coming in from the islands of the east, headed into El Pozo. Pretty much straightforward. I think that all of the cities are absolutely within the grasp for the moment. DRS will get that direct drop into Hacienda. Meanwhile, into the central control, I'm looking at Roy to be folding into the south side, hopefully claiming areas like Chimacera for themselves, or perhaps maybe going for a little bit of a challenge against the rest of Vampire Esports in the center. We shall see. But for most part, when it comes down to the grand finals, teams will be very respectful of some of all these early spacing. But for Team Pandem, I think like this case has not been close just yet against the rest of DRS, as they're fighting for that Hacienda control. Shots now being fired, but who has the better weapons to duke it all out? It seems like DRS just got it 2-2, but they have just picked up some of all these artillery on the ground. A little bit of an open wide space for each one of them, but it is going to be pretty much clumped up for the side of DRS to hold out against Pandem.
This is a better start, not gonna lie here, from the side of DRS Gaming. I mean, they've lost a lot of Miramars to Team Pandem, so perhaps it could change, for today's set of matches. We did say that DRS, perhaps they could change their strat when it comes to Miramar. They could choose another drop spot, but I don't think it's going to be the case for the real soldiers, because they would really want to claim this territory. They would want to be kings for this particular area, the Hacienda del Patron, and take the win up against Team Pandem. But let's see if they can actually be successful as we always start our Miramar fight with Team Pandem and DRS on the line.
It's not going to be an easy feat, especially with the circle being so far away. You got to wrap things up eventually. And speaking of which, here comes a couple of grenades tossed by buildup, hoping to find a little something. Meanwhile, Voin Donkey and KT as well as Roy, the ones that need the points the most, are actually within that center of the field for stage 1. Meanwhile, however, for these guys that have been noisy neighbors since the start of the semifinals, they have not given any firm of a way to one another. But right now, as it remains, Pandem has definitely got a whole lot of victories in this matchup. The Indonesian side, which used to be known as Pygmy Esports, seems to be pretty much revitalized after being picked up by a brand new organization. And you can definitely tell that from the play style into their level of confidence taking fights is definitely on a whole nother level as compared to before.
I guess for the side of DRS, they're trying to be more careful right now on how to approach this one. They don't want to be reckless. Team Pandem trying to flush them out, trying to disorient them, or trying to just really make them come to them instead. But the real soldiers remains to be quite silent. They're not really compromising their position up against Team Pandem, which makes it for Team Pandem a little bit hard on their side.
Yeah, it's also really hard for Team Pandem to detect, but there's only so little compounds that you could expect DRS is going to be at. So this could either, one, overwhelm the entirety of DRS when they go on for that full-on attack, or two, it could go very, very badly for the side of Pandem in that essence. So especially with this hold coming from Sleepy, he's going to dictate whether or not this fight will favor the side of DRS because he's on that open space to really relay all these intel back towards the side of DRS. And here goes a little bit of jiggle coming out from Billbot. And now the position has been known. But is there enough nades that they will be able to toss against each other? There is Dimsy jumping in from the back and will be able to wrap around. And that's just a two-man tag team to work things out against Killer YT. Chama is also down. Perfect execution from Pandem so far.
Oh, definitely agree with you there. That was nasty. Attack coming from Team Pandem that resulted to DRS's, I guess, demise in this situation. I mean, we're talking about, like, last player remaining. That would be X. So let's see if Team Pandem can put an X on X. And just consider the fact, right? I mean, they are in Hacienda de Patron, and Team Flash, as well as RQ, lurking in the same area, and they might be looking to join the mix as well.
But the damage has been done. He goes in for the last hold-up. Will not find anything at all. A complete dominating performance coming in from Team Pandem to kick off our run here in Miramar. But heartbreaks for the side of DRS. Meanwhile, our RQ is gonna prey onto the weakened end of the side of Team Pandem, charging right through, finding two. Joe Brenke defends it well enough, and suddenly RRQ has gotten shook.
Ah, right. Perfect timing again, coming from the side of RQ, but we do see one of them currently knocked down. That would be Fnatic. Will there be time for Snape to actually pick up his teammate here? We can see that Team Pandem is holding on to their position and not making any moves just yet, but No Mercy's have been throwing up some mollies here to try and flush them out. But let's see if Team Pandem again can pull up an amazing attack coming up against RQ. Actually, again, with a wonderful attack, but unfortunately he gets tagged. Who will win the fight? I guess that would be RQ, ladies and gents, but in the process, they've lost Asa. So they are now obviously operating in with just 3 members.
One of the most explosive matchup that we've had so far in the course of the early game, and there's even more coming into Hacienda. Everybody wants a piece of paradise here with Team Flash also joining in from the outskirts. And RRQ, they've had just about enough time to go for the reset. He just passes through, finds one right behind the door. Great intuition coming in from the side of Bose to spot that one out, or else it could have been so bad for him, but will not be able to escape the wrap of Snape as well. 1 for 1 is the score, but there's only 2 members that's going to be healthy for the side of RRQ. Meanwhile, nades are dropped right in from No Mercy. Are they going to hightail out of this situation? It seems like there is some wiggle room, but they are by the blue. So no matter the cost, I think RRQ, they will just have to fight this out no matter the case.
Everybody loves Kung Fu fighting! Yeah, after a great matchup between the DRS and Team Pandem, RQ kind of just like entered the scene, and it was the same idea, I guess, coming from Team Flash. Although Baus kind of stepped into a trap there set up by RQ, and now Baus is back in the lobby. So this is a fair fight. It's a 3v3, but they have to take care of business as soon as possible because this particular spot right here coming from in Miramar has already been devoured by the Blue Ripper here. Gosu already on the ground here. What a spray coming from Batman, knocking down at least a couple of players from RQ as well. Now we're looking at No Mercy. He is the last man standing for the side of RQ. So it's a 1v1. Who is going to be winning the fight? Who is going to be the knight in shining armor to save their team? Batman cooking up that nade, went up against No Mercy, and there you go, ladies and gents. After that altercation, it seems to me that Team Flash is holding the trophy.
It is the armor covered in jet black. Batman, Masu, not only bring those massive points back towards the side of Team Flash, they will still be able to survive to make the cut as Mikado has been cleared up for them to journey their way through. But at what cost, though? Team Flash, they took a really risky stance and took rather too long for them to really wrap up that fight. Now they have to look for resources like first aid kit to be able to survive to make the cut. Meanwhile, the rest of the field has been able to get so much more safe spacing to work with. So I will definitely want to see what NKT has to offer as they manage to spot that member out for the side of Void Donkey. Zeta won't be able to receive any help at all. Although Potato as well as Vexy have gotten an idea of perhaps going for the rescue. Now they have to just turn their back once again. The Void Donkey now loses one, and KT easily secures that.
Team Flash, RQ, Todak, as well as Archer Ego Ares holding position outside of the zone here. Big question is, are they going to be matching up with one another? Are they going to go head-to-head? We are not sure. But, okay, so it seems to me like Joker managed to loot the airdrop, so that is a huge upgrade for Joker right there. He's definitely going to need it. And KT Spider 10, however, is currently on the ground here. And they are a little bit short on firepower, and Team Roy is capitalizing on this one. They're looking to eliminate Joker permanently, but can he still be saved by the rest of the team? So, okay, it's Spider 10 that was currently on the ground.
Yeah, a little too late coming from NKT's side to even put in any form of pressure. All it takes was just one buggy to run over that fallen ally of NKT. And I thought that will be a bigger exchanges happening through those hills, but that could wait for the moment. Meanwhile, speaking of a waiting game, it is in the middle of Los Leones that we'll be taking our eyes closely onto Toda. That definitely scored pretty huge for the past couple of days, having a firm chance at the top 5. But of course, with 5 games remaining, they really have to add plenty of points to the tally in order to make that cut. Meanwhile, 7-9 being a little bit more aggressive towards the side of Roy, sandwiching them in between NKT as well. Very smart maneuver coming from the side of 7-9, considering the fact that they took that prime position where Roy was coming from. But they gotta be very, very careful about the rest of the squad that's around the corner. So NKT, no matter where they go, they will be facing up against either side of the team to make it into the circle. Even if they drive further up towards the north, there's VP as well as 52 Esports. So tough luck for the Thai side.
And just look at that. Todak, Alter Ego Ares, possible clash there coming from the side of Los Leones. That's basically at the edge of the circle. T2K, lots of teams surrounding them. We've got Void Donkey, 52, Vampire Esports. Is still outside of the zone, not making their way in the circle just yet. They're holding on to that one. Again, with the late gameplay from Vampire Esports, cannot really say that this is an effective formula for the side of the Vampires because they've not really been winning any fights just yet, even from the first match. But let's see, maybe it's going to be a different story back here in Miramar. But anyway, jumping back into Roy Esports, 1 elimination point coming from Porsche there, and I guess they will have an exchange here up against Sem9. They were going up against Team NKT just a while ago, but I believe NKT manages to actually back away from that situation. But considering the distance that they have between one another, Sem9 is holding off to a compound here. It might be hard for Team Roy to actually go for that crash, but let's see if they're going to risk that.
For now, they're just taking a very firm approach onto holding on to their territory. Meanwhile, Vampire Esports are storming in towards the area where 7-9 is currently holding out. Just by the edge of it, also, there's just a two-way of an engagement that they can basically partake in, but the bigger pressure is actually coming in from the side of Vampire Esports, which they will not commit just yet. They will continue on through that course, moving from the north, heading into the south side. So Vampire Esports, very, very interesting approach as they are now in the tick of the field, going up against Roy Esports. They also hear their engines roaring, spots out some movement coming in from 52 Esports, whereas there's just plenty of attention given towards the side of 7-9 for the course of Miramar. Now, 52 Esports is also eye-tailing out this one, but with those nades, they will have to sit back and just take up this fight. Shots being fired at T24. Meanwhile, Superboy first one to be out as he steps out of the hut. That gives an easy open picking towards the rest of the South Asian side. 52 Esports will make it rain with those grenades. Build full catch onto Bubble Ho as well, leaving only 2. And Vampire Esports sees this as an opportunity as well, coming in from the high ground, whereas Depp knows there is no way that he can basically fight off this overwhelming force of 52 Esports.
Yeah, 52 now, full aggro. Kenny already on the ground here. Coming off the kill feed, it's Rosemary, Alter Ego Ares. now having an exchange. Seems to be on the ground. Now let's see if 52 Esports can basically win the fight, because they cannot really overexpose themselves, because Vampire's just right across the mountain there, and if they actually get into their line of sight, I don't think Vampire is going to hesitate or even have second thoughts of doing a massive spray up against 52. Now, obviously, 52 is winning the fight up against M9, but Vampire Esports slowly creeping in. Tony K getting some information, and he's looking at the situation, gauging if it is already safe enough for Vampires to actually crash this compound.
Fulltruck's managing to eventually pick up another point to the tally against the knocked member of 7-9. But right now, either side that commits to the fullest will see themselves to be pressured by the zone. 10 seconds from now, all these teams will have to move. Vampire Esports takes the late approach, not on the buggies just yet. 52, they don't really have to commit to this. They could just turn the other direction and drive through the course of the field. That does allow them to have some safe spacing through the creases. So Vampire Esports fancy their chance to try to pick them up on these wheels, and yes, they will. Uzi with that headshot in the vehicle. That's absurd. As he catches off Aaliyah, there's even more blood to be splattered here with T24 going in for a close proximity action against Stone. 1-for-1 trade as he falls to the ground as well. Now 52 is only left with Voltrucks, and that will be absolutely denied of any chance in this matchup. Vampires, they sink their fangs in.
Yeah, insane clutch once again coming from the side of Vampires. Now, we were talking about just them a while ago, not really stepping up to the gameplay, but I guess right now they are showing up for match 2 here in Miramar. They were able to set up like, well, how many? 6 elimination points if I'm not mistaken, but it is not going so well for the side of Team NKT as they are losing their members. They're getting picked up one by one here. One surviving member, I guess, Mr. Joe, is right at the foot of that hill. Roy Esports, we've got Tusk right behind the special crate, and he knows exactly where Mr. Joe is. So it's just a matter of time here before they get into an engagement. As for Joker, time is not on his side. It is already ticking, and it's not gonna wait for him to get revived here in this situation. There you go. Team Secret SOAS was the one who actually put a stop on that.
Yeah, there's no way that he will be safe either way still. He's just absolutely tapped out. And while Vampire Esports, as they descend through the hills, will be able to spot some movements coming in from the side of Team Secret. They pop one smoke of their own, so that kind of denies their own vision for them to slowly focus onto Tusk, which they assume to still have a player around that corner, as shots are already being fired towards the side of Tony K in exchange as well. But they probably will have no clue of where Mr. Joe is currently hiding, just right underneath him. So these two tied teams kind of side by side, but expect Mr. Joe to not partake in any of these actions unless he has that perfect clear vision. Meanwhile, for Todak, it's been interesting that over on Los Leones, it's only Todak that claims that western end. So they have that empty area of play to safely journey through the course. And here comes Vampire Esports dropping those nades towards the side of Tusk, taking a fight from the outskirts. And it's going to be so no-ass that will suppress him. Tony K kind of exerted a little bit too much of an effort there. So these two members of Vampire Esports will be eliminated. Coming in with a great backing from the end of that other side of the hill. Roy Esports members are just firmly planted at the back. So it wasn't exactly the cleanest of moves that we've seen coming from the side of Vampires. But now Mr. Joe gets to turn the other way around, having a free buggy sent in by Vampire Esports.
Great ground control coming from Team Roy. They managed that very well. I mean, there were a couple of teams that tried to go up against them, but again, it was like a great execution in terms of like with all the counters that happened with the Roy. But anyway, we're looking at 10 teams remaining, ladies and gents. We are already at stage 5 here. Team Secret, they already have 2 points under their name, and they're holding on to a compound here as well, coming from the south side, if I'm not mistaken. There is a team, probably that's a BTR. It's pretty close to where they are exactly. So we'll probably just have to wait until the next circle shifts again. And we might see them clash with one another. As for break, okay, I think he knows where Tusk is, right behind that shack. He's doing a little bit of the tap and fire up against Mr. Joe of Team NKT, but couldn't seem to land, his onto his targets just yet.
Yeah, Team Secret's in a really beautiful position where they can spot a 360 view of that entire sector of Miramar. Meanwhile, Link's now going for an exchange, finding AT in the process. Lamborghini now drops the nade towards Bigatron. And this is just very difficult for them to really hold out, as this ditch isn't exactly the safest of cover within the reach of both BTR and also another squad somewhere across the corner of the map. BTR, they're happy with their position. They will just stay put. There's no need for them to bum rush into any sector as well, because right across there is Team Secret, which had what we saw, the entire view of the valley within their side of their eyes. So right now, it's Rosemary against the blazing side of Todak. Hans for you quickly picks off Iftar. He just came into this matchup, it seems, and it didn't seem like they're going to be able to get into a great position for entry, but that nade was a little too close. Rosemary also having his health bars being shredded by the blue zone, has to just take his chances with the big goal as they will turn all the way back. Nate does get a catch over on the Satar. Meanwhile, two members by the corner of the warehouse for the side of Alter Ego to just defend for the meantime.
Alter Ego is feeling a lot of pressure right now coming from the blue zone. Todak is not letting go of them. It's a D-Saver going up against Bigatron Red Aliens, and I think that was an effective counter attack coming from the Red Aliens, although Nadity, as you can see on the screen, still doing his best, of course, to survive this encounter, to defend the team, but he is the only surviving member now coming from this Vietnamese team, and it looks like Team Secret also would want to come out and play, right? We can see that one of them is cooking up that nade. Let's see if he can hit Nadity. Okay, great damage right there, which makes him a lot more vulnerable up against Team Secret, and that is it for D-Saver. They've already reached the end of the line, which brings us down to just 9 teams remaining, ladies and gents, and just look at the power of Soaz. 4 elimination points coming from just this guy alone.
This is absolutely insane on his work rate throughout the course of the field. Right now, it's going to be T2K that's still hunting out for the Tigers of 7-9. It's a little health left for the side of the but he managed to dodge a couple of bullets, goes in for the exchange, almost gets taken down, but Rules, he's much more accurate. 7-9, despite them being so actively involved in so many of all these trades, find themselves with 0 points, but of course that was due to the struggle that they had between Vampire Esports. There was also 52 Esports that have claimed majority of the members, so there wasn't much that 7-9 could actually do about that, but it was still a magnificent 1v1 scenario over on that corner. Now, here is the big fighters on for the podium spots. Team Secret versus BTR now. Max LV coming in really closely. A lot of all these smokes to just get cover from, but that nade clips over on the Satar as the toss coming from Soaz was absolutely effective. Max LV turns all the way towards the back. He does know where exactly to toss. He has gotten all the intel necessary. So it's all about a game of dodgeball at the moment for the side of Bigatron Red Aliens to try to defend their spot, deny any spacing from Team Secret.
Team Secret used to dominate the semifinals. They finished at the top spot here. So let's see if it can be the same story for Team Secret as they go up against the remaining players coming from Bigatron Red Aliens. Now Zug making a way, trying to find an angle here. Unfortunately, Zugsy with an on-point spray gets the job done. Unfortunately, Genfos took a hit as well, but I think they were able to win the fight, yes, but oh no, the fight is not done just yet. Trang now already on the move, charged up. Not quite sure about what happened there, but Trang was able to eliminate them all.
He just crashed right through. He has no regards for his own safety, but he claimed all 4 members of BTR just like that. A heroic play coming in from the Vietnamese superstars right now with 8 points secured throughout the course of Miramar, as there is just plenty of space being opened up by the member of Team Secret. Meanwhile, Boing Donkey down to only 3 members left, still having a lot of region coming in from the west to play for. But keep in mind, there's 2 other squads that's going to be closing into their quarters as well. Wow, I didn't expect to see only 5 teams here at stage 6, as we are getting closer and closer to the end game. But once again, Team Secret, they have always outdone themselves every time they step foot into the desert.
Yeah, time went by pretty fast for the second Miramar match. I mean, understandably so, because again, this is the last day of the grand finals. Final chance for this team to actually make it happen for them to get the crowns for Season 7 of the Ruthless Invitational Showdown. Checking out what is happening coming from the side of Alter Ego Era's Rosemary. I repeat, Rosemary is no longer in the game with us. He's back there in the lobby, probably still contributing as to how Alter Egos can actually win from this match. But Alter Ego Era's hands for use, leading the charge now, going up against T2K. Toodle Love is waiting for that right opportunity to shut them down from that angle. So let's see who will be making the first mistake.
Well, for now, there's not many mistakes to be made for the moment. Just plenty of space to claim. But of course, with enough pressure, mishaps can happen at any given moment. Alter Ego Ares, very calm and collected despite having a deficit of their top fragger being off of this lobby. It's going to be Boing Donkey that is currently holding into the center of the area of play, and they do have the only remaining compound throughout the course of the final few battles. So a little tough for the side of Team Secret to cut their way across, as there's just going to be a perfect line of vision. Speaking of which, Hans for you immediately spots out Break, takes him out of the match instantaneously as well. So Team Secret, they have back plenty of points, and now even Roy wants a piece of that. Max LV already down and out. It's going to be Alva going in for a challenge. 5 elimination points are being added to her tally of Alter Ego. Vexy also clipping onto Zuno as Team Secret. They can only settle for top 5 with those 8 points being back, but that has been quite the showing that they've given it to us here in Miramar. As we carry on, it's Potato versus T2K.
Yep, the battle continues, ladies and gents. And just look at that, Vexy bagging all 5 eliminations coming from the side of Void Donkey here. He's been very busy. But let's see if Potato can actually score some point here now that he is up against 2 remaining members, I guess. Or non-remaining members. I mean, I believe there's still a complete team. T2K, we've got Rolls and Toodle Love. Toodle Love currently knocked down on the ground here, but he's pretty close with the Rolls, so I think there will be time for some pickup to happen on the side of T2K. Potato just trying his best here to find a team that he could potentially shut down at this point in the competition. I mean, we're looking at the 4 teams remaining here, so the space, oh man, it's not that much, so the circle is already crowded.
Yeah, so it's just really tough for the rest of them to be able to move right through if they're going to be late to the scene. Meanwhile, Roy takes up a lot of that space coming in from the northern end. Vexy, though, has been doing an excellent job keeping them at bay, or at least an arm's length of a toss of grenade away at the moment. T2K takes over onto that Cove side. It's interesting that T2K has been able to at least hold on to that area, but that exposes them to the rest of Alter Ego Ares at the moment. Meanwhile, just a little bit of standstill. Juke, as many points as he can squeeze just by playing this one out alone, he will try to do so. But Hans is running out in the open. Now, trigger happy is the rest of the teams that are spotting him out. But Void Donkey exposes themselves as well. Vexy's down. Plenty of damage being done by the Roy member.
You know what? Void Donkey needs to put up a great defense here. They have the best chance to actually score the chicken dinner just because they have a compound. But since there are a lot of teams headed towards that same direction, a lot of points being pointed at them, so it's going to be tough for Void Donkey to defend this compound alone. Now, Toodle Love T2K goes down hard, and now they are in big trouble. But, yeah, okay, so they were able to survive that clash. 5 elimination points, man. This guy's on a roll as well. Now, we can see that roll is flushing out. The remaining players coming from Void Donkey here. Oh, man, Igneous and Churu is blending out there in the open?
Yeah, Igneous just walked right into the Molotov where Kansa is popped early on. It's just a slight little mishaps, but they should be able to go in for that full reset. It's Void Donkey versus T2K. T2K is looking for another win here in Miramar from where they've left off yesterday. they do have the squad strength if they do revive every single one of their members, and I believe they should have enough med packs to also heal up as well. Vexy, Mineral, as well as Potato, they've been very, very careful around this corner of the map, but their locations have pretty much been well spotted by the rest of T2K. Just hiding behind the smokes as they are forced to go prone. Barely enough cover for the side of T2K to work with, but any angle that you give towards Kansa, he will be able to land those direct shots towards Potato. AUU in hand. Can he just get that perfect line of spray? Big nades now being cooked up as well. They spot 2 members. This is bad news. As they got to dodge it, they will be able to do so. Now, getting closer and closer from that low ground towards Potato. And he will one, finding true love.
Yeah, Potato isn't kidding at all. He wants that chicken dinner to happen for the rest of Point Donkey. Again, we're just waiting for them to actually play their cards right, and they seem to be doing just that. We can see that Igni is backing away just a little because he is low on HP here. We've got Rose staying right at the edge of the zone, just waiting for the right opportunity to do a massive counter up against Point Donkey. But Point Donkey remains to be the same because they still have some covers left inside the circle. So let's see what kind of a trick T2K is going to be pulling up in this situation. But so far, they have been on point with a lot of nades being exchanged coming from both of the teams here. Potato is barely hanging.
That's a beautiful one that has been able to clip over onto Mineral with those double grenades being propped right in. Now, Point Donkey has only got 2. Make that only 1. Once again, making it rain, and now down to Vexy as he has to deal with this all alone, but it will be settled with a bang from T2K.
Oh my goodness, and it was a hard one. So getting this winner chicken dinner is a pretty convincing win on the side of Nepal's T2K. I mean, they were the ones coming off of the open space, and they're basically no covers whatsoever. They relied on throwing a lot of nades to disorient the remaining players of Point Donkey. And if it wasn't for that on-point nade that took Mineral down, oh man, T2K, I don't think they're going to be winning it because it was like a domino effect, right? The moment that Mineral hit the ground, I think that was it. Basically it. I mean, already an obvious outcome coming from the side of T2K that they would get the chicken there.
Yeah, I love how T2K has made a very tough position possible. It's almost so impossible when you have more of these teams around, which they are also being very wary of their own safety. We saw T2K had to move from the far end of that open spacing, initially having a lot of pressure coming in from some players from Point Donkey and another few more of other squads that has been eliminated. But overall, those final couple of nades that landed perfectly and was just perfectly popped from both Kansa as well as what I've seen coming from the side of Ignis to open up that space, even despite that pressure being chimed right in from the members of Point Donkey, where you saw initially they get that one clip of a grenade and they continue to push. That's the fighting spirit that we're looking at from the side of T2K as they add their 3rd chicken dinner in the grand finals.
Yeah, it was a good shot coming from Potato, shutting down one of the players coming from T2K. It was a missed opportunity, I can say, for the side of Point Donkey. I mean, they had all the advantages, I guess. They had some sort of elevation and a compound, so basically all they needed to do was really put up a great defense there. But I would like to, of course, give recognition to an outstanding, phenomenal gameplay coming from T2K, just making sure that they land a winner chicken dinner. So I guess with this kind of performance, we can see a huge improvement, right? They will be leaping definitely to the first page, I guess, of the leaderboards.
I believe so as well, where with this chicken dinner, even if you ask me if the top 5 is possible, I would say hell yeah, that's definitely going to be looking really good. Point Donkey really close to the chicken dinner though, so kudos to them despite, you know, being at the bottom of the standings. They have been able to add not only 6 points, but also that 2nd position finish will add another 6. So that's a total of 12 here for Point Donkey. Meanwhile, it's not hefty 19 points that is being added to that tally, whereas Vexy has shown to be the star that he is. Every single time you see Point Donkey make it into the final few zone, he has always had the biggest impact for the squad.
and he was able to bag all 5 elimination points, so that is pretty outstanding. But we can also give a little bit of spotlight onto Potato. Again, he managed to put up a great fight as well up against T2K, and I think he's also one of the essential players, coming from the side of Voin Donkey, that is making all things possible for this team. Sauce coming from Team Secret, Rolls of T2K, and we also got Trang right there coming from Team Secret. So these are your top performers for match number 14 here in Miramar.
Yeah, T2K just looking to be so on point on their execution. Team Secret, however, they will have to deal with BTR and so many other teams where eventually, once they conclude that fight, it didn't really seem like they had that spacing to work with, especially with some pressure coming in from the Point Donkey's area. So we'll take a close look into how this game has been played out for Point Donkey overall. As we take a look at that initial phase, they dropped into a very good spot directly into the center of the field. Not so much so for some of these players coming from T2K, where they started from Minas Generalis, needing to cut into the direct center. So lucky enough, they were not caught out with a lot of spacing opened up in Los Leones, and by then they just took control against teams like 52 as well as Alter Ego, where we saw even Vampire Esports was also being pressed into turning the other way of the corner to not face up against T2K.
Yep, I believe one of the key ingredients, I guess, in a tournament is knowing when to actually charge and when to back away in a situation. I mean, obviously, if you are at a disadvantage, there is a need for you to kind of step away, live to fight another day. And T2K, obviously, there were a lot of chances for them to actually go up through a lot of teams here, but they did I guess they did pick their moments. They picked their battles just right, hence getting themselves a winner chicken dinner.
Yeah, and I guess this is the most difficult spot that T2K has played out, but it's difficult for them to move up against, but they were playing very defensively until it's necessary for them to make that push, where they managed to eventually annihilate some of the players coming from Alter Ego, and at the very same time push teams towards Voin Donkey. That matters a whole lot more, so that Voin Donkey has so little room of space to play, whereas by the end game, T2K basically claim the whole area for themselves.
And again, there you go, ladies and gents. Our second winner chicken dinner of the evening would be Nepal's T2K. Now, looking at the overall match rankings, we've got 19 points in total. Followed by Voin Donkey with 12 and Team Secret with 11 points. So we've got 3 teams with a double-digit score finish right here on your screen. As for the teams that did do good for this round, that would be DRS Gaming, D-Savior, and Sem9. And again, DRS Gaming, early elimination inside Hacienda de Patron. So again, I guess for you people down there in the comments section, you guys are already saying that perhaps the DRS needs a change of location just so that they can focus more on longevity and racking up a lot of points.
Yeah, and of course I do think that they will fare a lot better moving into Erangel, but this time around we see a lesser toss of grenades as compared to our previous round of Erangel, because plenty of them were playing in hideouts or also from the top end of the hills. So it is a very difficult terrain to play nonetheless, but we got ourselves plenty of action from those close proximity fights to those from ranges of the mountains as well. So Alter Ego Ares will, as well as Bigatron Red Aliens, they will remain unmoved. I would say for most part the top 5, but T2K, they bounce all the way into the top 6, and definitely one more chicken dinner will be sending them so much closer to that number 1 spot.
Oh man, we did call it out with that massive performance. Definitely they will catapult themselves onto the upper section of the leaderboards with 90 points in total and with 3 chicken dinners. So I mean, the competition is already beginning to get heated up, it's already getting tight. Coming onto the second page here, we've got Roy Esports, Voin Donkey, improving their gameplay, hence moving up one spot. As for the Savior, okay, this is like a huge question mark right here, because we've always known these guys to be quite heavy hitters. Like they're wrecking balls in any tournaments. We can see that Lamborghini can score, can do perhaps like 2 to 3 average elimination points per match, but they're not showing what they can do, at least for the entirety of the grand final. So will we be seeing a D Savior comeback, at least for the remaining matches? I mean, we're done with 2, so we are only talking about 4 games remaining.
Yep, we'll find out later on, but for now we'll go on a short break, and when we come back, there's 4 more chicken dinners to go to wrap up our grand finals. Four more matches to go, and T2K has once again proven themselves as one of the strongest team hailing from Nepal to represent South Asia here in the Ruthless Invitational Showdown Season 7. Once again, it's Contra as well as Red Queen Andy on the mic as we bring you to another exciting matchup, and it's once again here in Miramar to play for. So, you know, I was overexcited. I say, oh, you know, DRS, they will have a better run moving into Erangel, but this is where it gets a little bit more painful, especially it does hurt a little bit more when you are playing in the grand finals to not walk away with a point because of all these hot drops coming in from Team Pandem that's just negated not only themselves, but Team Pandem, they got flushed up about RRQ. It was just absolute cinema of what really happened over onto that part of the map. But here we are yet again. Match 15 is where we're going for another round of the Desert Dunes. And then later on, back-to-back Erangels before we end our evening here in Miramar on match 18.
Well, we promised you non-stop PUBG Mobile action, and that's exactly what we have been getting, you know, since the start of the show, Contra. But let's check out the teams that you need to watch out for when it comes to Miramar. That will be Team Secret, 52 Esports, Alter Ego Eras, and Team Pandem. Now we are jumping into the second Miramar this evening. Again, DRS have been losing fights, you know, inside Hacienda de Patron. They're not even they don't even have like the chance to go around Miramar because they always experience early elimination. So perhaps again we could see a change of pace coming from DRS, or perhaps a change in a drop location, but we'll just have to wait and see the moment that we start the game. But as for your team prediction, my team prediction, and production's team prediction, again, headache for the three of us.
You know, I'd love to say TTK's got this one in the back yet again, but you know, I want to give a different prediction as I have been eyeing onto 52 Esports for a long time. Today, they've been relatively consistent in their placement. I'm going to go to 52 Esports again.
You read my mind. You read my mind.
Sorry for stealing that away from you.
Prediction.
What's it gonna be? 7-9. Wow. Well, being fair enough, their game back in Erangel looks fantastic, but last game with those fights happening with vampires, not so much. Let's see if they do better this time.
You know what? Honestly, I feel like this is going to be a tournament dominated by Team Flash. Perhaps, you know, I'm just guessing. They were once at the top spot, so I guess they've all managed to do a lot, you know, for this competition, just to make sure they remain extra competitive for this tournament's matches. So I guess I'm gonna lock in Team Flash.
All right, very, very good, safe choice as well when we take a look at how Team Flash has performed throughout the semifinals, even up to the grand finals. They always churn out big results in this specific map, but of course, that has been outshined by Secret as of late. As we go ahead with the final few countdown our introduction to Miramar yet again. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the show, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you hit that sub as well as like button, as we will bring you through the course of the match. And now, here we go.
Alright guys, let me just remind you that if you would want to level up your PUBG experience with GearUP Booster, well, you have to download it now and experience lower and stable ping with reductions up to 50 ping and 0 packet loss on all devices. Yes, you heard that right, all devices. So that means mobile, PC, and console. So do check it out. The link has already been provided for you guys down there in the comments section.
Indeed, and here we are, moving in from the corners of Valdemar, headed all the way up to Campo Militar. The only space that's going to be tough to reach in this flight is going to be Puerto Paraiso. Same goes to BTR, which will take a little bit of stretch to move into Impala, but they should be able to be on the right course at the very least. Now, floating by here, once again, keep our eyes closely onto Hacienda yet again. Perhaps it's going to be another grudge match between DRS as well as Team Pandem. Pandem, they managed to win the previous couple of fights, so they definitely aren't the ones to back down from another potential brawl.
Oh yeah. Okay, maybe this time DRS can actually win the fight. Okay, so we did see Team Pandem drop into Hachette del Patron with DRS, right? But Team Flash as well as RQ joined into the mix as well. Will we see the same kind of rotation and the same experience coming in to the second Miramar this evening?
Already going over and out. Pandem does find a catchable onto X.
Gosh.
A little bit of a casualty in the early game as X doesn't seem to have found any form of a pickup of weaponry to be able to defend himself, but there is some great artillery in the hands of Kilowatt T. And I believe now with the DBS as well as the MG3, he'll be able to really put in some huge damage on the block. Big nades down pop right in. Team Panda, they work together with all four as a unit, trying to storm through the top floor. But the rest of DRS tries to be elusive. Now stuck by the corner of the door. What can he do? Not much at all as Dimsy just take a quick peek, and that will be pretty much the end of that skirmish. I thought that it will be a cleaner fight, but it's really down to Sleepy fleeing along the top end of the hill. Well, I say hill, this is just the rooftops, and DRS yet again crash out.
Yeah, first team to go out, by the way. You know what? Team Pandem is putting in a lot of hurt up against the real soldiers, and if they continue on with this kind of play, oh man, it's definitely going to be taking a toll on the side of the real soldiers, because we still got one more Miramar to happen. You know, before we close up Ruthless Invitational Showdown. This is where we are gonna wrap things up later on. But anyway, a while ago we did see Team Flash as well as RQ join in a fight, inside Hacienda de Patron, but I don't think it's going to be the same case for now. The circle is actually on the north side here, so I don't think the teams that are already inside will have a pressure to move or to reposition themselves. They are probably going to be staying in their respective compounds for a long time, I guess. But for the teams like Vampire, Roy, Sem9, we also got Team Secret, BTR, T2K, Rosemary, Alter Ego Eris. Yes, they will be coming from the south and the east side, so perhaps we can see a little fight, here and then to coming from that part of the circle.
Yeah, it's really impressive that Void Donkey has always found the exact center of each respective stage one from the past game up till now as well by holding on to creative fields. But going back into that fight, Team Pandem, you saw what they do with that momentum once they have really convincingly win that previous trade. Now they have an even cleaner one without any members being dropped out at all. And for what I've known from this Indonesian side of Team Pandem, they've always been the ones that built off of a momentum. The previous round, though, they, of course, didn't manage to get that clean reset due to the fact that our RQ has full send their squad into charging into Hacienda. But now that RQ has also gotten that space up the north as well, they won't be making any drastic measures to go in for another direct challenge. So whoever won that fight in Hacienda definitely felt so confident about how this match will play out later on because they are already having that stage one. Megatron Red Aliens, though, a little far off as they are on the corners of Impala. I want to see how they rotate later on, but for now, it's the Savior spotting some movement of the vehicle up towards the top end of the hill. Good job coming from Levi's just to hold them off, then to take that vantage point.
For Bigatron, since they will be coming from the side of Impala here, I do see a lot of teams that could potentially clash with them the moment that they step inside the safe zone. So we'll probably just wait in a while. But we do know that they avoid conflicts, as much as possible during stage one, at least at stage 3, to kind of just, try to go for the placement points at first. But let's see what kind of story will unfold for us for this specific round right here. But from the kill feed, it's an early fight coming from 52, and Xavier, apparently, Paragym is already on the ground, and this is happening in the middle of the circle already.
Yeah, they're so actively involved in all these trades. 52 Esports just wants to hold creator fields for themselves, as this is going to be the main marker of all these upcoming circles heading into later stages. Of course, perhaps a shift will come by stage 4, but for now, 52 Esports happy where they are. Just gotta look out for all these resources that they do expend, as there won't be any for them to loot for being at the top. As for the Savior, they have gotten a really good idea of how to at least rotate around these corners to eventually take one side of crater fields for themselves as well. Meanwhile, interesting enough, taking a look at Toadap, this is still somewhere around what I do believe to be this is a cross power plant, I do believe.
Yeah.
Then they're already setting some of all these death traps through these highways, hoping to pick somebody up. So Vampire Esports, if they're unlucky, they might just get caught out.
Well, best to stay at the high grounds. And amazingly, Todak, with that span of time, they were able to loot fast. I mean, I just looked at the ammo of one of the players, and it's high as 350 bullets, so that is a lot. But you do need to manage your resources here in Miramar because we've got limited resources here in the barren desert. So just make sure that you guys know how to manage everything that you have inside the backpack. It could be hard and difficult to replenish, but it's a necessity, I guess. But anyway, Team Pandem again flashing their scores right here with 4 LMs at the beginning of the match here. And KT, though, having an exchange up against Roy. Porsche seems to be already on the ground. Cannot really confirm if that was like the second time his name popped up on the kill feed, because that would confirm that he is back in the lobby.
I guess it's just a knock for the meantime, it seems. Well, of course, we'll get a late confirmation. Joker does secure that 1-pointer out there, so I guess, consider it done. NKT as well as Roy somehow have very similar rotations, even in that past matchup where we saw Mr. Joe was left out all alone, as they seem to be facing off one another very, very frequently, but not as close as what Team Pandem as DRS always have dealt with in their own respective city. So, D-Savior spots will member off the side of Boing Donkey moving their way, but of course, you can just immediately skirt into a different location when you're on those wheels. Once we see that cluster of a crowd pulling further up towards the north side, but it will be much closer directly into the areas of Crater Fields where we are already seeing 52 Esports holding firmly at the top. Vampires on the foothill instead. And there's just plenty of work to be done here for these Pakistani squad.
Man, the party's about to get started, definitely. Especially those teams that will be coming from the north and the northwest side. I mean, T2K, Alter Ego areas made their rotation from that area. And the moment that they actually step inside the zone here, they could say hi and greet the members of RQ. We also got Team Pandem here, Voin Donkey, and D-Savior. Considering that D-Savior holds a high ground advantage, D-Savior could, I mean, this is like a power position for the side of D-Savior, so they could potentially assume a lot of points just from this angle.
Yeah, they're just waiting for teams to be committed into a designated location. Meanwhile, RRQ taking up the fight against T2K, unhappy about past matches outcome. They seem to be going for the direct chicken dinner winners. Whereas this is going to be a tough place to defend with rules. Also scouting out and about, pulling all the way back as well. He could be a very good backup if they have to hightail out the situation with that vehicle. But here comes Fnatic. He heard that engine roaring coming from rules. He'll be on that lookout, but these nades are clipping nothing at all. RRQ has got to wisely use their resources as there's a couple of smokes now being popped up as well. Rules holding on to one in hand, pops it directly towards Fnatic, but it will be outside of the compound instead. So it's just a little bit standstill before they find a way to breach through.
Yeah, a little bit of a standoff, but Rolls and Fnatic having an exchange here, both not hitting their targets just yet. But you do see the intention coming from RQ. They would want to take this compound out of the hands of T2K, but T2K still doing an amazing job, you know, with the kind of defense they're showing us. RQ, they're still trying to find an opening here. Perhaps they are waiting for someone to get knocked before they actually charge in, or not. Oh, but no mercy. Oh, man, he is on the ground. It took a nade coming from T2K. Now RQ operating with just 3 members here, but RQ, man, it could be tough because Kansa, he's got a shot right here to put down one of them again. But oh, he took a nade as well.
Beautiful hit coming from the side of Snape, and now they will push right through. He's thinking about revive, but not in the watchful eyes of Snape. And just like that, the cleanup crew arises down to Ignis to try to do some damage, but that's all that he can. From a chicken dinner to the 15th spot. Very unfortunate to T2K's position where they were really hoping to hold on through. But RRQ, they are just ferocious on that ambush. They lost one member, but they have managed to claim so much more. Now with the movements coming into place as well, there is a couple of teams that are driving towards the direction. And it is Team Secret, one of the best teams here in Miramar to play it out.
Vicious gameplay coming from RQ, but the fight is not done just yet. There is another team about to challenge them up. We can see that Team Secret now cooking up a nade, headed throwing up against Asa. Well, Asa was able to evade that shot. But as you can see, they're quite controlled. Snape, although taking in some damage, is not moving at all. He's not letting the opposition know exactly where he is. As you can see, Team Secret continues on to throw a lot of nades, going in for the reposition here. Break trying to make an angle. Fnatic is just on prone here, waiting for the right timing and for Brick to actually get into the line of sight.
Fnatic sneakily holding true defenses. I don't think that his position has been spotted yet by the side of Team Secret, but now that Soaz is also driving the other side of the corner, he will be securing the other side of the compound. Instead, he opens up the spacing, signaling that this is clear to take. So Team Secret, they decide they don't want to pick up that fight. They'll just be noisy neighbors from that low ground, taking huge chunk of damage coming in from Hans as this battle is actually taking place from another quarter, but Alphas has already been here. They're also looking to secure the same compound at the very same time. Bullets now flying all across the quarters with even these other players of Alter Ego chiming right in. Rosemary driving through. Is he going to be safe out of this one? Almost dropping out of the vehicle, and that will be the final straw. It is Team Flash that will be the Eagle Eyes from the hills.
Okay. I did not see that one coming. Alter Ego era is jumping into the gun right there, but they, I think, wasn't aware of the fact that there was another team right across where Team Secret was. But anyway, Voin Donkey versus D Savior right now. Levi, Spadagen both out of the game. And, okay, I think 2 of the players come from Voin Donkey is currently knocked down as well. Potato with a massive spray, trying to keep Natity at bay here. I guess they're buying some time for everyone to actually recuperate from this situation to try to do a major reset. But from the kill feed, it's Tusk currently on the ground versus Todak this time. Ooh!
Oh boy, some heavy firepower being displayed right here. Voin Donkey cutting through the hillside as there will be a little bit more setup for them to just protect themselves and get out of this mess against the likes of RQ that's fresh off of that hot win. The Savior is the next one to bow out, but this nade coming from Potato could be the difference maker here. But there are shots coming from the back, and he's cooking up that grenade. Not even allowed to toss it out. Bexy, what's he gonna do? He's now pretty much sandwiched in between, but these 2 members pushes up the hill, and both of them falter back to the ground, leaving only Zeta all the way from the back. Fnatic has keep a watchful eye. So Voin Donkey, this isn't going to be lasting for too long for him, as there will be a beautiful, clean shot from Asa.
RQ inserted a coin, and here comes the new challenger. Wow, that was a clean wipe out coming from the side of RQ. Again, perfect timing. That only goes to show that they know exactly what they're doing in this competition. And again, we are not discounting the fact that RQ might win. Maybe perhaps more than one chicken dinner, but so far they're still working on it. You know, we haven't seen them really grab that chicken by the neck, so let's see if they can make it happen for this round. We are already at stage 4, guys, and we only have 11 teams remaining. We're looking at Team NKT. Spider won't be spinning any webs right now because he's back in the lobby, so we're operating with just 3 members on the side of Team NKT, and now looking at the vampires pretty exposed under their sun. So are they going to be lacking firepower? That is the big question right there. But so far, Team Flash right now not having a good time because a couple of players got picked up.
Absolutely, and right now, 3-way lockdown. BTR, Pandem, who I do believe to be Vampire Esports as well, over on the other south side of the quarter. It's going to be Team Secret as well as Team Flash, having a little bit of a bumper car ride next to each other. But nothing much has been seen from commitment from the side of Team Flash. They choose to drive the other way around now into the crosshairs of Vampire Esports, perhaps, as they arrive into the shots coming from the side of Newsy. Picking Kwang up absolutely for free, but Batman now needs to deal with a 2 versus 1. Cavalry will arrive, and there's not much spacing for him to even do much against Newsy. Bring him down to 40%, but the subliminary fire looking absolutely sublime. Schweppes goes down to the hands of Batman, somehow wins the trade off the bat. And speaking of which, Vampires now shredded down. There is not much left in this compound for Vampire to defend for, but Team Secret wants in as well. They crash through the gates of BTR. Everybody is here to party within this sector of the slums. And Team Secret, they have a go at it, but they are now only up with 1 member remaining. BTR defended well enough. They only lost Zuxi, but it definitely seemed to be quite costly at the very same time. Nade exchanges into the outskirts. Break pops perfectly! Oh my word, now this 1v2 is possible. But over on top side, Asa, he might be able to pick one up, but that will be denied. BTR still has it in the bag.
Man, lots of fireworks definitely happening. 3 elimination points out on the side of VTR. We still got Genfuzz on the ground, but he's already been picking up by his teammate here. Now, right across the road, that would be the guys of Team Pandem. But hey, Team Flash is still alive with 2 more members. That would be the tandem, the dynamic duo, Batman and Bao. So this is currently the situation. Okay, Team Pandem, Picture Red Aliens, Team Flash, coming from the west side here, or east side rather. It can be this is already a 3-way battle, so this is a Mexican standoff right here. And just look at that, RQ right outside the zone, monitoring the situation, and I'm pretty sure they're gonna be jumping into the fight here the moment that they see that all 3 teams are already quite vulnerable.
Yeah, and overall, it has always been this Mexican standoff until the arrival of Team Flash that has overwhelmed the rest of Vampire Esports. And teams, they had to make that last-ditch effort to just try to cut into the zone, which has been a perfect defense coming from BTR, not so much from the side of Vampires. Now, this is getting a little bit awkward, especially for BTR, because they're just by the edge of it. I believe some parts of the wall will still have them covered up, but this is not a good spot at all. So BTR, they just need to find a way to somehow win either side of the trade against these 2 teams, or just let them have a go at each other later on, which they are already spotting out RQ movements, because they don't want any part of this. They know that cluster right there is just pretty much not done with their fight just yet. But for RQ, there will be bullets sent their way, even coming in from side 52 Esports that have been dominating the hill for the longest of time. And mind you, 52 Esports, they are in one of the best positions possible for the end game, because this valley is just open wide for the taking.
At the moment that they actually climb up that mountain, I already knew it's not going to be a very good spot for the side of RQ. I mean, they're going to be sandwiched in between 52 Esports and all of those 3 teams that are also going head-to-head from down below. So they were pretty exposed, and everyone just pointed up their guns at them and scored the points. Now, Team Flash, as you can see, has been popping up smoke here to conceal their position. Batman and Bao's cooking up a nade here. It's the same thing goes for BTR. Look at that. Everyone is trying to be careful at how they approach this situation. Again, with this Mexican standoff. But BTR, okay, I think they are ready to crash this compound where Team Flash is actually setting up a good nade coming from Bounce, but he wasn't able to put down Genfuzz just yet. Napar, oh man, he went up against D24, and now he's on the ground as well. Satar with a massive spray, but took a hit as well with that nade. Batman is still alive. It's a total domination coming from Bigatron Red Aliens, and Batman is still alive, but this is an opportunity as well for Team Pandem to crash where Team Flash is, and I don't know who's gonna win, but it looks like the number advantage goes to Team Pandem.
Crazy! 2 versus 3, and they managed to dig it all the way out. And Batman survives all of that ruckus, all of that ordeal, with a little bit of help coming in from 52 Esports. I spot that nade. That final nade actually came from 52 Esports from top end of the hill. Team Pandem, honestly, no pressure on them. They don't really have to force an entry like what BTR did, because now there's only 1 member left. But what's going to be the major decision here for Team Pandem? Are they going to leave and book a kill for themselves? Because 52 Esports have been keeping their eyes very closely onto that, but no matter what, Batman, he's got to move, and now he's the one that is being pressured to deal with the rest of Team Pandem. Meanwhile, 2 members from the side of the members of Vampire Esports will need to journey their way from the south side. It's Superboy that will find that member of NKT moving up to the hill. This is a no-go zone, but 7-9, they're also pretty far away. They need to deal with their brothers from the
52 Esports holding a 2-2 split here. They're being very calculated here, to be honest, tactical even. I mean, they're letting T24 and Alien deal with Todak, so if in case anything happens, okay, so Alien got put out of Miramar, so it's just T24, but we still have 2 more members right outside of zone. That will be Voltrix and Crypto, just again, lurking the within the area and just really taking their time, you know, to take up this much space up north. So if this is going to be favored by the zone, they have that high ground advantage, and they could potentially score the chicken dinner in this match. But that is still, of course, if they can execute a good plan.
Yeah, look at this interesting scenario, though. Sem9 having Superboy lobbing into the tubes, and I'm not sure how so that we'll be able to even get out of this side of the tubes. But for now, at least it holds as a perfect defense for the Swordfishes. Of course, Big Kitty Cat of Sem9 are just hoping to pick up some points eventually, but there's no pressure at all for them to just hold on to their location. The bigger fish to fry right now is actually 52 Esports. Like, they have been absolutely healthy over the top end of the hill. Team Pandem, however, over on the south side, they should be able to at least deal with whatever oncoming attack coming in from either Batman or even the rest of Vampire Esports. Now there is a shooting happening, and Batman has been spotted out. So that's one more point added to the hands of Tony K.
Okay, down to 60 remaining, ladies and gents. 6 elimination points also goes to Team Pandem here, so they are strong. It's a good run for Team Pandem. Now, Tony K running out of space here. He is by the edge of the zone here. Achul knows that one. He knows where to point his Mini 14, but great response, though, coming from Team 2-4. He shuts down one player coming from Team Pandem, but can he actually convert that into a full-blown elimination point, or will that fall under just damage output? But in any case, 52 Esports remains to have a very good position in this situation. But there you go, man. Team Pandem dropping one by one.
Yeah, there's just no good angle of getting out of that compound. So 3 points going over the side of 52 Esports. Meanwhile, Toda goes on a streak as well. The rest of Sem9 now getting bombarded. The Superboy tries to defend for his very dear life. But he doesn't really have the angles to work with here. He's all alone now against even Dota, who has been able to catch on to them. 6th place for the side of Sem9 with only 1 elimination point as we continue on with our top 5. So this is very... Looking from this standpoint, it really seemed like the highest chance of a chicken dinner margin is 52 Esports, but here comes Team Pandem pushing through. They have to deal with Stone, and that will be finished off real quick as they were pretty much outnumbered and absolutely outgunned.
Yo, Jay Branky with the moves, guys. Okay, Team Pandem. Okay, they are on a momentum, obviously. And now we can see that Billbot. Oh, he's got his target lock up against the god of Team NKT. So that was a good shot right there. Unfortunately, the Team Pandem, 2 casualties, winner chicken dinner could be hard to pull off. But of course, it's not, impossible at all. 52 Esports managing their time as well. They're being very patient. They're letting Team Pandem go up against Team NKT as well as Stodak as well. So perhaps they're picking their right timing, just to jump the gun.
Yeah, and Stodak somehow finds themselves directly in the center of it all. Pretty interesting enough, this position, as much as it does not really give them so much of all the space, Team Pandem now claims the direct center. Going up against NKT, spots that one member hiding right beneath the vehicle. But there's barely enough cover with them pretty much knocked down. It's only down to Joker. Nine's already added, assisting the sort of troubles that Team Pandem could not secure. And these nades come flying through. And Joker forced to make a run for his life. Now that he's repositioned, I believe that Joe Brenke has also spotted those sort of footsteps, so he will be closing in as well. Joker somehow survives. I don't know how, and at this point, no point asking as well. These nades are flying in from both directions, so he is just hoping to survive. Here comes a big one!
Oh well, okay, all right. But you know what? Joker has been channeling his inner Forrest Gump, trying to evade those nades coming from Todak, to be honest. And now, I guess he was able to kind of conceal his location, at least for this round. I mean, there's a huge pressure coming from the side of Todak here. They will be coming off the blue zone, and it's really itchy by this point in the competition. But you know what? Joker remains alive, ladies and gents. So what a guy right here. The crowned Prince of Crime is still trying to wait for an opportunity to do a massive counter up against Todak and 52 Esports. But hey, Todak And great firepower, was able to eliminate Joker in the process, but 52 Esports again, number advantage. They've got the high ground as well. So again, they have to play their cards right to win that chicken dinner. But basically, they already have the chicken dinner in the bag.
Yes, they seem to have a very high margin of a chance, but they also have to deal with Team Panda. If they're still hiding by the tiers, will be spotted out by T24, so much so that he has the biggest impact to really get 52 Esports closer and closer to chicken dinner that you could almost smell it. Double nades! 9 somehow survives!
Oh, not for
Turn
long.
1 I don't think he's gonna last too much longer, but somehow he does. He heals up as the final member of Todak will try their level best, but if there will be spotted out, so it's now between 52 versus Team Pandem here for that chicken dinner, which they are trying to take control of that high ground. buildup now climbs over the top side. That Nate does actually reveal his location though, so buildup really has to be very, very careful about this MG3 in hand, as well as the rest of 52 Esports having a big wraparound. As much as Team Pandem is taking center stage, there is just barely enough cover. One good lob of grenade will be able to actually clear up some room. But remember this, that member of Toda is still at play. He could backstab Jabranki if he's not careful enough.
And the best way to do it is just to let Team Pandem, of course, go up against 52 Esports. He could just wait for the right opportunity here, but I do believe Jay Branky knows where he is exactly. But let's check out what Jay Branky is going to do in this situation as he points his gun up to Voltrix here, who is by the edge of the circle. So he could run out of space eventually. There you go. Voltrix exposed himself. He is dancing so well, evading the shots coming from Jay Branky. But the dance is not over just yet because Jay Branky cooking up that nade. He will definitely throw this one up against Voltrix, and there you go, that nade finds T24. He's already on the ground. Crypto will definitely clap back with a nade himself. Oh, but he completely missed the shot.
Oh boy, Voltrix being brought to 50% as well. This is not looking all too good for side of 52 Esports. buildup now being pressured by the edge as well, trying to heal up. Is there going to be enough time for the revives to go through? I'm not too certain, but Jabranki is doing a stellar job keeping them at bay, but will be scouted out. Crypto with a nade connects. And now, Voltrix and Co. in elimination, looking for more than 10 to close out the run. Also spots a final member of Todak to claim a win here in Miramar.
Holy moly, 52 Esports again getting that winner chicken dinner. So I'm pretty sure their fans will be rejoicing down there in the comments section. I mean, during the semifinals, they were pretty strong as well. They're always included in the top 5. So I guess they are now showing everyone that they are actually a force to be reckoned with. So congratulations to 52 Esports for getting that WWCD.
When in doubt, you can always believe that Crypto will still be able to pop off in the right moments. We saw that fight was actually very risky for 52 Esports to take, and it's due to that grenade that latches onto that member of Pandem, which was Joe Brenke, which I do believe. Eventually just open up the entire space for themselves because they know buildup is all the way towards the back. They can sort him later on, and even with those efforts coming out of that final member of Todak to reveal his own location, that just makes things so much simpler to wrap up the game. But how did they manage to win this was pretty important. 52 Esports, they were the ones that took charge very early to really claim the entire sector of Creative Fields and make it almost impossible for plenty of these teams to actually make the passage safely against 52 Esports. And most part, you saw all of them were forced to play on that low ground.
They made sure that they will get that high ground. That was good zone control coming from 52 Esports. And again, they just let all the teams battle it out with each other first before they actually join into the mix, which is, of course, very tactical coming from the side of 52. Hence, again, getting that winner chicken dinner. We're looking at consistency. It's not always how you start the fight, it's how you finish it. So coming from 52 Esports, if they would want to win the entire tournament, of course, they will have to bring this kind of game back into the remaining rounds to come for today's set of matches. But okay, just pitting these two guys head to head. Jay Brenke from Team Pandem and Cleon coming from Todak. Obviously, most eliminations coming from Cleon, but the damage goes to Jay Brenke here. So what is this chart showing? So when it comes to damage output, Jay Brenke was able to shut down more players, I guess, inside the battlegrounds. It's just unfortunate that he wasn't able to translate that one into elimination points. So I guess also when it comes to a team contribution, that would go to Todak.
Yeah, keep in mind as well that Team Pandem had to have that early scuffle against DRS, which is why they also have plenty more of all these altercations as compared to Todak. So Todak played it really clean, but who's even cleaner? T24. I've always seen his name out there. If it's not the longest range of elimination, it's always about how much damage he actually does. And of course, a lot of vital numbers that has been supplementing the entire squad of 52 Esports to back those big double digits home by the end of its run. But the top performer of this matchup is got to be these guys on your screen: Cleon, Asan, Dimsy, as well as T24.
Oh my goodness. And just look at that. Everyone is in esports pose, right? Just really giving off the vibe that, oh man, we are actually top-notch players in the PUBG mobile scene. And there you go, ladies and gents. I think this is a good set of players. Cleon, Asa, we've got Team Pandem as well. But focusing on how 52 Esports did their rotation for the entire match, we can see that they actually dropped in the middle of the circle. Yeah, and just look at the amount of teams. They're pretty close to where they are.
Yeah, they were absolutely surrounded, but because they controlled the spine of this mountain, right? Like, there's just no way that other teams goes anywhere close towards that direction. So, like I said, they played towards that foothill, and they dealt with this situation coming in from the side of BX, Void Donkey, and RQ over north. And later on, the south side were all collapsing against each other because there's barely enough space. So that they had to deal with Seb9 and eventually find themselves against NKT. So, like what I've iterated before, because of that situation, because of this current play, when that circle eventually closes through this valley, 52 Esports finds themselves the highest vantage point, the biggest 360 view that they can get, that they can even pick off whatever's over the bottom, where we saw a few members of BTR, Team Flash, as well as Team Pandem were in the mix.
Yeah, and RQ actually tried to go to 52 Esports spot. It's just so unfortunate because 52 Esports managed to get into the right position. They basically are already holding on to that place, and they did not let RQ actually even come close. And again, overall performance coming from 52 Esports is so effective. The formula is working out for them. Again, we're just looking for consistency here. As you can see, the elimination coming from the right side, everyone except for I think I'm not sure who that was, but everyone scored like 3 points each, if I'm not mistaken, and we're looking at 20 points all in all for this round alone, followed by Todak, Team Pandem, both tied with 13 points. DRS Gaming, Alter Ego, Eris, the Savior. So I guess something needs to happen fast. They need to go back to the drawing board if they would want to improve their overall status when it comes to the leaderboards. And there you go, ladies and gents. I mean, 52 Esports scoring the WWCD. They are the second team from South Asia that are kind of flexing their muscles right now.
Yeah, and I'm going to flex on that prediction being absolutely correct as well. With one impressive shot. This is almost 400 meters coming in from the side of T24. He's got those sharp eyes really locked into his targets coming in from that lower ground. And on top of that, I guess that this is where we see a lot of great finesse coming in from those total hit shots. Teams are just so accurate in these exchanges. And 52 Esports with that chicken dinner, they move up 3 spots and are now at the top of the podium. Whoa! Ahead of Alter, ahead of BTR, and ahead of Team Flash. But RQ Ryu continues to push on as well. This is big news for the PMPL South Asia side.
Man, it only takes one big game coming from the side of 52 Esports to take that domination. from Ruthless Invitational Showdown Season 7. They are now currently at the top spot, moved up 3 ranks in total. So that was, again, a massive performance coming from Pakistan. Again, we only have, like, how many more games? 3 more games remaining. So I guess they have to maintain, a high pace in terms of how they're going to be approaching each situation from the battleground. So to keep the top spot, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, overall, it has been nothing short but amazing of how these teams have been able to follow true of what their game plan is. 52 Esports have always played a very stable pace of action throughout the course of the battle. But now, of course, speaking of paces, we're going to take a break, and then we'll shift over to back-to-back rounds in Erangel later on. So we'll take a break, and we'll see you shortly.
We are now on the second Erangel for today, ladies and gentlemen. We've seen Miramar turn red because of all the bloody exchange coming from all of the teams here. This is Ruthless Invitational Showdown Season 7, and we are still your casters, Red Queen and Contra.
Yeah, and I am just so grateful to be a part of the show, and I am just wowed every step of the way. And within that one round that 52 Esports secured that chicken dinner, they are now at the top, pushing down all these Southeast Asian teams that have been consistently holding on to that record. And today seems to be a great day for South Asia, popping off when the moment matters here in the grand finals, as we are here for our final 3 matches, as we will have this back-to-back round of Erangel. Teams that have traditionally done very well throughout the course of semifinals have always been Southeast Asia. And of course, right now, it has been a little bit of a mix of hands. Team 2K is in a really good winning form, getting so many chicken dinners. They are definitely in to challenge even teams like BTR.
Yeah, currently it's 2-1 in favor of the South Asian teams when it comes to the number of chickens won for today's set of matches. Now, top Erangel performers, BTR, Sem9, Team Flash, and Alter Ego Error. So just to update you guys with whatever's happening coming from 52 Esports. So for this year, they actually won a second place during the PUBG Mobile Yuda Boomi. And also PUBG Mobile Super League Central and South Asia Spring, they landed at 16th place, but second when it comes to the Gamers Galaxy Pakistan 2024. So lots of accolades there. Only goes to show that 52 Esports is really up to the challenge to win the entire Ruthless Invitational Showdown Season 7.
Yeah, and on top of that as well, there's plenty of all these teams that have accolades of their own. Just wanted to add this invitational showdown to one part of their trophy collection, if there's going to be a trophy for them at the end. But now here comes a little... I hope that we get a trophy as well with these predictions, as where I'm going close to matching up against RRQ. I've been thinking about RRQ. They played so well for these past couple rounds. Okay, another Indonesian squad that probably will be very hungry right now. BTR, they got that one win, but they want to claim that #1 spot, right? It could be them, it could be Team Flash, it could be anybody out there. I'm thinking BTR wants the back-to-back.
You're right. You know what? I definitely agree with you, Contra. I think casters should get some sort of trophy at the end of the year with the most number of predictions right. Ruthless, come on, make this happen. We still need our LAN event, right? But okay, anyway. Team prediction, I think this time I'll go with Alter Ego Ares.
Alter Ego Ares. Now, this is a full Indonesian rosters that we're picking up here. Well, of course, we still love all these South Asian teams as well. So I'm just looking at, the stakes of the tournament right now. I believe that teams will be very much laser focused. Now, if it wasn't BTR, I would have gone with DRS into this matchup, because DRS, they didn't have any good rounds in Miramar. Sure, but that Erangel round that they played, they looked good. They were around that top 5, top 6 ratio, and I believe that they could also do it.
Well, just to let you know, if I'm going for my second pick, I would definitely go for T2K. Because I believe that was yesterday, or was that like the first day of the grand finals? They were able to score like 2 chicken dinners. So I guess they could potentially do the same thing again. But we did say this, that most of the teams that we have in this competition coming from Southeast Asia, and we only have like quite a number of South Asian teams here. So again, if a South Asian team actually dominates Season 7 of this Ruthless Invitational Showdown, oh man, that would be a huge headline.
Absolutely, and 52 Esports is currently leading the plane, as they are the #1 team at the moment, sitting at the top after securing that massive chicken dinner. This time, pretty much a very fair flight for everybody to reach into every single destination. And I wonder if there's any changes being brought forward from teams into their roster. Now, I'm keeping a close eye on to BTR. It's going to remain the exact same for the course of this evening. Meanwhile, of course, we already see early movements coming in from the side of Voing Donkey as well as T2K to occupy up the north. What's interesting to also note is that, with the lack of presence of majority of the Thai teams other than NKT as well as Vampires here, it really feels like that Georgia Pole side of the map has been so freed up. Because back then it used to be AST, FaZe Clan, and another squad, I do believe. Now, that is open for the taking for Vampires Esports.
And I also love the momentum being set up by Team Pandem, to be honest. They're quite consistent in getting those elimination points, so perhaps they're just waiting to kind of really have a boost of power for the remaining matches this evening. But yeah, speaking of Team Pandem, they're still headed towards the military base together with a team again, Team Secret, I believe, headed towards Novorepnoe. Now, 52 Esports, since these are the guys that won the previous match, they are already at the south side of the circle here, pretty close with Team NKT and Sem9. So perhaps an early clash, we still don't know, but so far everybody else is pillaging through towns here, getting all the resources. It's looting time, basically, for everyone.
Yeah, as per usual, of course, you can take this looting phase to follow us on Ruthless Esports on all platforms, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, as well as TikTok, where you can stay up to speed of all the latest happening, all the news that has to do with PUBG Mobile Esports and any other esports as well, if they do have any coverage for that. And here we are as the teams are gearing up. You can also download GearUP Booster today, where you can have a total lag-free experience playing PUBG Mobile for you to score your very own chicken dinner.
All right, back to the game. Ladies and gents, stage 1 here in Erangel. We're looking at Team NKT. The God. All right, everyone, just like we've mentioned earlier, getting all the attachments done. And some of the teams actually going for vehicles here. You know how important it is for teams to have their own cars. You know, it doesn't always just get you from point A to point B, but you can also use this as a cover, as a refuge, if in case, you know, push comes to shove and you don't have anywhere else to go. That is why, you know, sometimes if players can get to their opponents, they go for the cars. They try to puncture the tires or just make their vehicles explode. But yeah, let's see if we can witness some of that action happen, you know, for our second Erangel this evening. But we're looking at RRQ. Again, it was a missed opportunity for them just a while ago to score that chicken dinner. They were obliterated by the guys of 52 Esports. But we're looking at them. They are in the school area, and I don't see any team that are that might contest with them other than BTR and perhaps the Savior.
Yeah, BTR is going to have a little bit of a tough ordeal here if there's going to be any pressure coming in from the side of RRQ, but they've always shared around these locations, so they should be smart enough to also navigate out of those crosshair, as they managed to go for that very quick loot out of Rosop to try to get a little bit more of that space nearer towards the bridge where Yasnaya Pollyanna is currently at. But we'll take a look at the other teams, such as Vampire Esports. They are going to be getting off the southern approach, or should I say, actually, they are still around Jericho. They are done looting. Roy is pretty much scattered, though. So no vehicles, still looking for something out in the open. At the very least, you know, like this is an absolute safe spot without any interference from other teams for him to try to at least look for something out of nowhere.
And just to give you guys an update, quick update here comes from Vampire. They are on the north side of Jorgapul. There are no teams that are near them that could potentially have a fight. But if they do decide to get inside the zone, they could potentially go up against the likes of BTR and Roy. But we've seen how Vampire Esports actually approach each zone that we had so far from the previous matches. They always hold a position right outside. They are not having any early engagements, so perhaps we will see them perform probably stage 5 or stage 4. We're not exactly sure. But speaking of fight, Bigatron Red Aliens now might have a clash up against RQ.
And it's still going to take a long time. Like I said beforehand, like they've always shared around that area of play, because RQ, they are happy with working with minimal loot, but they take a little bit more of that control across shelter as well as Yasnaya. They will do so. So they are not going to be budging off from this very key area of play. And for most part, during the semifinals, plenty of all these circles have appeared around that Yasnaya region. So they're feeling absolutely confident, but this course of a battle could actually happen a little bit far off from where they suspect it to be. We have not really seen the circle closer towards the side of 70. That could also be one area that is going to be at play, depending on how the hardships could be like. But for now, T2K currently poised to climb even further up the charts, are looking for perhaps an open route to eventually move into a deeper field, but they are still taking their sweet time into 70. As I did mention, they don't really have to make anything drastic of a measure when it comes down to how they play out this early game. So long as they keep themselves out of harm's way, that is good enough for them to slowly gather up all these intel wrapping from the edges of the north.
But that's the beauty of Battle Royale. You're always in harm's way. I mean, we can only crown one team here in nature of competition, and of course, everybody's up to par. They would want to really perform great in any possible situation here, possible engagement so far. But anyway, we're looking at Todak. We can see that from the map, everyone is still going for the rotation, especially Team Flash. Alter Ego Ares is slowly creeping in, headed towards the central part of the zone. And again, with this kind of circle, I do believe that the moment that we step into stage 2 or stage 3, perhaps we can see a lot of fights happen. But the team that dropped in Novo Repnoi, Team Secret, was able to pass through the bridge there, getting back into the main peninsula without even having an altercation with DRS, who is actually doing all the looting around Milta Power.
Yeah, they will journey their way from that south side, and perhaps they will be able to wrap around Lipovka later on. But judging from this traditional way of how the circle closes in, I do fancy a high chance for Team Flash to be very assertive, very dominant, because they usually drop into Isnaya. Now that teams have to move into the direction, it really is on the weight rests on them on how they hold out. And speaking of which, it moves all the way up into Mount Stauber. Good news for the side of Void Donkey, but is this what they want? Do they want to hold them all out? It seems like it's only Zeta over on the top end of the hill. Noas and the rest of Roy will just quickly gather up, occupy that radio station over onto the top end of the mountain. And this is going to be a pretty much a battle to see who's going to be kings of that mountain at the end of it all. Sem9 taking a very slow journey through the course of the field. That's plenty of damage already being soaked up, and being so late into this is actually not a good news at all.
I don't see a bright future ahead coming from Team Pandom and Sem9, considering that the zone actually favored the north side, so there will be plenty of teams that will stay at the edge of the circle, so lots of gatekeeping opportunities. One of the players, though, coming from RQ, got shut down by Bigatron Red Alien, so I don't think he can come back for that one. But Fnatic, going up against Vampire Esports in another part of town. Schweppes making it happen. He's been shutting down. RQ as well. But you know what? RQ seems to be on the losing end, perhaps. But hey! Okay, we still got one more coming from Vampire, and there you go. Asa just went down, but no mercy. Was able to follow through, but Bigatron Red Aliens joined into the mix just in the nick of time and getting the job done. And a lot of teams was received the boot out of the Erangel.
Yeah, they were completely got flustered by the total full-on flush coming from these two teams. Vampire Esports stood no chance at all. Meanwhile, BTR was absolutely smart, coming in as the cleanup crew, with Lamborghini also running one member out there. I wonder what really went on. Is that was one player off of their vehicle as well. The Savior now plants themselves against the rest of 52 Esports. 52, they need to hold on to this lead. They were that number one spot. I mean, they were the team with the number one spot, but if they don't play well enough to keep themselves into the top 5, this is going to slide out of their hands. DRS now in the mix with Killer YT also getting a frag of his own. The Savior is just driving around. There's just no land for them to claim. But the rest of Team Secret, they are firmly planted. They're looking for a target here against the rest of 52. It slows down, drives right into the bunker. 52 is going to be A-OK as they find members of the side of NKT. I spoke too soon, as Aaliyah is already out of the match.
Oh, man. The kill fit just light up right there. I mean, it's lighting up still. Okay, Team NKT now. Are they still alive? Okay, we have one player knocked down on the ground, but the fight is happening right outside of the blue zone here. They've been applying pressure, I guess. Okay, so who's been doing that gatekeeping? That would be 52 Esports, but they have to be careful, though, because Team Secret is looking to join the fight as well. But Voltrix, I do believe he is in a little bit of trouble here. He is all alone, and Joker's looking to get the job done. But a nice shot, though, coming from Voltrix. Unfortunately, the God made an awesome follow through as well. So yeah, I mean, it's a back and forth exchange. Obviously, Voltrix will not be picked up in this situation, but it's a different story for, of course, Joker.
Yeah, from a chicken dinner and down to only one member left. There's only so much that 52 Esports can play for right now. Plenty of teams coming in from the southeast region as the one after another gets shut down. Lynx does actually get a catch from across the field. They were lost if they're early on. But what was really interesting was the rotation of Sem9. We saw they were spending a lot of time in the blue. They have a genius idea to wrap around the blue to get into the west side, which is lessly populated. Meanwhile, it's such a dense field over on the southern end. Now, teams are playing over on the top side of the mountain. Some area is still being covered by the side of BTR to be able to keep everybody up there. Meanwhile, Pandem, Sem9, they were the late movers. They have exactly the same idea. They are just flooding into the west, which is the safer play, the smarter play, which we might actually see both of them make it into the final 5 hurdle. But for now, of course, I want to keep my eyes closely on what really happens here at the top. Because these Savior, they're locked right in. There's teams everywhere around this corner, although difficult to spot at the moment. Perchins being absolutely careful about this. At DX, they all booked one full vehicle, and they gotta be watching out for those shots being sent their way.
It's definitely a challenge, which D-Saver, I think, is willing to take here. They are inside one car, though, so this could be a risk here. There you go. Okay, the moment that they took some shots, they immediately actually left the car. And then we can see that Parangin is climbing up. He could, of course, find himself in the way of T2K, so we might witness an exchange happen between those two teams. Now, True Love, T2K, also spotting members come from BTR. He is doing a little bit of that tap and fire up against Lapar of the Red Aliens, but from the kill feed, it's Lynx of Todak that's been taken out of the equation by none other than a DRS. But Killer Whitey is also on the ground, so I guess the opposition is clapping back.
Yeah, that's all the way up north, though. Whatever that fight is, they gotta settle the scores real quick because there's not gonna be much group left over onto that mountain. Now, Sem9 as well as Pandem have to push right into where PTR is as well. Slippy! Quick catch over onto the side of 9. Now, looks over at the bottom side. It's gonna be Cleon. A rock in the hard place, but there is that vehicle that he will try to gather all his might, but that shot was beautiful! Slippy connects it onto that moving buggy, and that just completely sends the swordfish back to the waters.
Todak went out empty-handed. Oh man, not good. Not a good situation for Todak. 13 teams remaining. We've got Break from Team Secret on the ground as well, courtesy of Team Pandem. Let's see if Team Secret can do a counter-attack. But so far, Killfit is a little bit silent. But in another part of town, it's Team Flash versus Alter Ego. Whereas we've got Rosemary on the screen, ladies and gents. Just went in for a spray there, but did not connect whatsoever. Bows was able to hide behind that concrete wall. Hands for You is going for a flank. He's looking for an opening shot, but couldn't find an angle that could best work for him. Team Flash is hiding, of course, inside a warehouse, so I guess there's really not much pressure on their side, considering that, you know, they have some sort of refuge.
Yeah, Team Flash, they could play it very safely until teams pass them by. Meanwhile, DRS still finding a little bit more of a target while they try to press into the field, finding more and more of these members coming in from the side of Roy Esports. As Chama full sends it over on the top, so he will be drawing a little bit of attention. Meanwhile, Roy going in for that reset. He's just trying to gather as much of that intelligence that he can. But Rules, he's taking charge, will have to be forced right back with the being tossed to his side. Sleepy now on that pursuit, but will be shot down by Turu Love. Where exactly is he coming from? Turu from that bottom end of the hill, being so sneaky about it.
Oh man, the real soldiers once again. Contra not performing exactly great, even in Erangel. They already have 2 casualties. Sleepy has already been put down. So I don't know how long they can last, you know, inside stage 4 in Erangel. But good spot though, coming from Killer Whitey, shutting down Bobo from that angle and from that range, nonetheless. People love right behind this rock. I mean, he's trying to, I think, make it rain up against Sem9, but from the kill feed, oh man, Crypto goes out, being the last member coming from 52 Esports. 52 now out of the game. Stage 4 in Erangel.
Beautiful, beautiful. Clean runs in coming in from the side of GearUP. We saw that he's been holding on to this angle, spotting out Sleepy and a few other targets coming in from the side of DRS. That absolutely suppresses them because they were suspecting that the entire squad was up on the hill, and of course didn't manage to be able to spot him out. Roy, though, holding up against Chama, is going to be Kill YT. That's going to be supplementing from the back end. The pushes are looking really good. One more bullet will be able to do the trick, but Porsche survives for the meantime. And Nate now cooked up as he's trying to toss it perfectly towards the side of Porsche. Porsche will be able to run away, but for Porsche, it's going to be Lamborghini on the other side that gets chipped off, and that is by BTR Satar. He's just hunting everybody out there. There's no point getting anywhere close to the cable car, and BTR is an absolutely dominating team, taking half of the upcoming stage.
With this circle shift, BTR now holds a power position since they have a compound to work with, and there are at least 3 teams that will be headed towards that same direction, so that could be potential points for the side of BTR. But DRS now, they're painting the town red because they are getting picked off one by one, but by T2K. Yeah, and Roy Esports now, Juke doing a shot here up against Point Donkey. Potato now. Oh man, he's also on the ground, but Juke took a hit as well. So I guess this is a good back and forth situation for both of the teams here, and now they're working with just one player left as well.
Point Donkey was sandwiched in between. It was Alter Ego that will wipe the floor clean, taking all of these points away. But at the very same time, it opens up that spacing for the team over on the low ground to be able to have a cleaner run in. Levi's, though, all alone, and I think that TTK will have to keep their eyes very closely onto what happens here. This is a corner of a crack that Levi's is currently holding on to. T2K definitely will be happy to add another one on the block, but take a look at that. 7 elimination points already added to the table for T2K. Being so dominant, really keeping up to the pace of BTR, but because they were sweeping by the edges, they found a whole lot more room. And speaking of which, UK also eliminated. That makes it 8.
All right, down to 9 teams. T2K, you're absolutely right. Phenomenal performance from the side of Train to Kill. 8 elimination points already up on the board. We can see that T2K still continues to rack up some more, but they are now about to face the guys of Alter Ego Eris, which holds a dominant position here. I guess there's an option here whether or not they're going to be taking this fight, because T2K, they also are already inside the circle, but right down there in the middle would be Levi's coming from D-Savior, and we do understand why there's a need for Levi's to kind of lay low at this point, because, well, he doesn't have his teammates now with him for this round, but just check out what Rolls is doing. He holds off a very good angle there and just waiting for that opportunity to shut them down from that range.
Yeah, great elevation for them to utilize here for the rest of Alter Ego to just slowly pick off teams one after another. Once they do step a little bit out of the line, GearUP is in the middle though. So this is going to be pretty interesting because all of these teams are just hugging by the edges because of how difficult this terrain is going to be at. A lot of flat ground somewhere in between, which is why nobody's playing in the direct center of it all. But DX somehow squeezes it past. BTR has probably got to move eventually. We'll see whether the circle favors them or not. But if it does pull down towards their side, this is their game to play.
Wow.
But Team Flash, they're going to come in from behind. BTR got to be on standby because Kwang is already on the move, charging right through. Alter Ego, they spot something moving around the corner, and C2K also going back on that vehicle. So this is so hard to tell what's really going to go on. Batman does not one member from the side of BTR. Now, can they convert as Bose comes in from the back? Many of smokes now being popped down. And they're just hugging right underneath them. Kwang, if he does have those nades, this is going to look pretty good for Galore. But here comes Zuxi. He's got the DPS, dodging some grenades. And this all-out warfare for them to claim this hill. We'll see Zuxi going 1-for-1, trading out. But Elva also puts them to sleep as well.
Everyone wants a piece of this compound right here. I was going to say that because of the circle shift, BTR remains to hold a power position here, considering this real estate, right? Team Flash now looking to snag this one out of BTR. They seem to be doing a good job, but hey, they cannot rest easy in this situation, considering that NKT also would want to play into this mix. Now, BTR, we can see that Satar has been throwing up nades as well. And from behind, Joker got hit by Team Flash here. So this is not looking too good on the side of Team NKT. But in the kill feed, it's D2K as well. It has been picked up. They exit the game with 8 elimination points.
Yeah, that's really sad because they did so well throughout the course of the run, but they got spotted by the rest of the Saber. Speaking of which, it's going to be Saber out as well at 8. Big grenades dropping in from side of BTR. They've made massive plays here before. Back in the early days of RRQ Athena, that they managed to use grenades to flush them off. This is where they will try to reenact this up against Team Flash. But this Vietnamese team is not going to back down from that fight. There's only one way, but that is forward. MZ also chiming in. Team Panda on the lookout, but they are further down the hill as well. They don't really have to commit. They can take the south side, play it absolutely safely, but if points is what they want to seek for, they can also try to go in for some backstab. But the shot's coming in from Rosemary. This is from the top end of the hill.
Yeah, 6 elimination points now coming from the side of Alter Ego Ares, and they really have this huge opportunity to dominate Bigatron Red Aliens as well, just because of the position that they hold. Even though BTR has a compound, well, high ground advantage goes to Alter Ego Ares, and they have been picking up information on how to best approach this situation right here. Now we can see that Alpha 7 right behind that house is cooking up a nade, getting ready to throw up against BTR. NKT just got eliminated with 4 elimination points, and another win coming from the side of Alter Ego Ares, giving them a total of 10 elimination points. Now we're looking at the 5 teams remaining, ladies and gentlemen. Alter Ego Ares having the best chance of scoring the chicken dinner, followed by Team Pandom. We also got Vietnam's Team Flash, and of course Voin Donkey of Indonesia and Team Secret, but they only have 1 player left, which of course has the least chance of scoring that chicken dinner.
But my, BTR, that was an absolute stronghold that they defended. But, of course, there's just too many teams really going up against them. 3 teams, as a matter of fact. We had Alter Ego and Team Flash, and over on the south side, Pandom was also being part of that procedure. And it's just too overwhelming. But I absolutely did love how Alter Ego has been so clear-cut on their approach. Just finishing off with some clinical precision. And with the rest of Team Flash now having that south side to open up, they have to deal with Team Pandom though, because they know for the very fact that the full squad of Alter Ego is on that hill, which is going to be tough to challenge. So Flash, they will try to just maybe wrap around the edges of the south. But look at that. Alva and the rest of Alter Ego, they got this perfect view across the board.
Okay, oh wow, that was a lot of back and forth situation coming from the teams there. Team Flash, okay, they're getting bombarded as well of Octa. And I don't see really Team Flash surviving this position, because they will be coming from outside of the zone. They will be coming from the low ground, so it's a little bit of a tall order for Team Flash to actually win a fight up against Alter Ego Ares here. But let's see what Team Pandom is going to do in this situation, as we can see that Jay Branke is cooking up that nade, probably trying to flush out Max here from this space. And Max, he's been cooking his nade as well, but can he at least bring down 1 player? Oh man, Jay Branke, however, has been shut down by Alter Ego Ares. We can see that it's a 2-2 split coming from AE, and again, they have all the advantages working out for the team.
Alter Ego Ares, this is their game to take. They still have that full squad. Meanwhile, every other side is just weakened up, playing that high ground to perfection. All they have to do is just wait for certain areas to close up, and they'll be able to spot a few more targets. But it's really hard to eventually challenge Team Pandom, who is still circling the south side, or should I just say it's going to be Team Z all alone to sneak right at the back of the members of Team Flash. So right now, with the rest of Alter Ego taking about majority of 80% of the field, there is Team Pandem just by the edge of it. And of course, one straggling unit over onto the very top end of the half. Those now have soaking a little bit of that shell from the grenade. With Dimsy just making it a little bit more difficult for Bose to actually get anywhere at all. Team Pandem though, what's their call here? 2-2 split going on, and the whole wraparound by the side of Alter Ego is just suffocating everybody else. Boing Donkey still having Zeta to survive.
Obviously, Alter Ego Eras is carrying their own weight, but another great shot coming from Gosu of Team Flash. Gosu was able to shut down Rosemary just a while ago, and now he went for Alva. Hands for You needs to take care of business here. He is the one closest to Gosu if Alter Egos would want to win the fight, or would want, of course, to win the fight. Alter Ego Eras again dealing with one player knocked on the ground, but there's still time to pick up their teammate here, so I guess if they can't reset, they could really bag the chicken dinner. But Team Flash is not letting go of their chances just yet. Baus is doing his part for Team Flash, but unfortunately for Gosu, Hands for You managed to get the job done, and now Hands for You needs to get back to the rest of the teams to provide a little backup.
And now with great picking, they will be able to just go in for a dive bomb right underneath that hill as they charge right through against Team Pandem. Alter Ego Ares claims everything in the back. Turretine looking for even more against Joe Branke. The best they can seek out for is going to be number 14. And there's just so little for him to do. Dimsy crashes out, and Alter Ego with one of their biggest wins here in the grand final.
Hashtag Indo Pride. So I want to see a lot of Indonesian flags down there in the comment section to celebrate the victory coming from Alter Ego Eras. Oh, what a performance coming from the remaining teams as well. I mean, Team Flash, for the longest time, they have been trying to really score that chicken dinner. And I can say still that they've really performed great in the remaining zones from this match. There's also Team Secret, Voindunky, who have been very aggressive and getting elimination points as well. I mean, it's pretty hard to score the chicken dinner, but we can see the amount of effort being exerted by Voindunky.
Yeah, Voindunky definitely did everything that they could just to squeeze right past. They were one of the earliest by Mount Stalber, but all they were left to do was to defend because there were overwhelming forces coming from T2K and so many teams wrapping around that sector, including DRS. But Alter Ego, they were very, very cautious with their approach. They did want to put themselves into a risky position, so they rather take the top end of Stalber and slowly proceed to descend step after step until they find the rest of BTR. And after that, they got that bird's eye vision across the entire mountain, and they remain to be the kings of it when it mattered the most. They have been having the highest amount of players still left in the field, so the numbers really made it impossible for the rest of the competition.
Whew, oh man, I'm trying to catch my breath, you know. That exchange definitely put me at the edge of my seat, and there was a lot of nerve-wracking moments. So, man, I can only say that that was a deserving win for Alter Ego Eras. I mean, basically, that's exactly what we saw, you know, coming from 52 Esports back in Miramar. They really held on for as long as possible, you know, the high ground situation, and made it work for them. So yeah, it's like a deja vu moment at least, but with a different team.
Yeah, indeed. And in my mind, that itself was quite the show-stopping performance that we have seen once again. Another incredible highlight reel for the side of Alter Ego, but the biggest winners here in this match wasn't only Alter Ego. I think T2K, they have quite an exhilarating run, really taking down majority of the teams coming in from the north. While Team Flash was heading into the east, I've expected them to really do well because of how the circle moves into Yasnaya. Moving into the top four, it was pretty decent, but Pandem though, they had that super far rotation coming in from the south side of the island, which is why you see them having the longest travel distance, where they were having one very difficult rotation to get to the final zone. And once they do, they still manage to put some good points to the table. When I say good points, it's only 3. But hey, you can't make comparison to what Alter Ego has. They got everything set perfectly in terms of position.
Oh man, amazing. This is insane numbers put up by Alter Ego Airs. 15 elimination points. Oof, man. Team Pandem, okay, high damage output, but only 3 elimination points. So I guess they still need to be more accurate, I guess, precise in terms of like really converting those damage output into full-blown elimination point. But check out the MVP once again, ladies and gents. It's Rosemary coming from Alter Ego Airs with 40% team contribution and 6 elimination points. Now, we don't see this guy being included in the roster for those players who are gunning for the MVP title. Again, the player currently holds the overall MVP for day number 2 would be Crypto. Right? So can it change, or can he defend the title up until the end of this competition? But as for the other top performers from this game, we see that Alpha 7 also made the line, made the cut, Love from T2K, and Octa once again. So basically it's dominated by Alter Ego Airs, at least for this round.
Yeah, overall, I think that it's been at least 2 good rounds coming in from Rosemary, especially even in the rounds where we saw him really shine in Miramar. But in this Erangel matchup, now let's take a look at 2 different teams, right? We have Alter Ego, they come in from the side of the Pubg. Honestly, this rotation is going to be a little bit more direct, where you could just wrap around towards the back of that Stalber hill, but that wasn't exactly the course of the plan. They actually took a checkpoint somewhere by the outskirts of Yasnaya to slowly move up the hills, which they managed to do very safely, knowing that they are one of the earliest teams. They can negate teams from pursuing forward, which is why teams like 7-9, they were held all the way back. And then speaking of 7-9, they wrap around it for a Western plane. That's where Team Pandem has done the same sort of rotation. Now, look at this. The flock of crowd that was already in the center, they all had to deal with the wrath of BTR. So Team Flash, they tried to open up the case. It was actually Alter Ego that has slowly applied that pressure from the top. Boy Donkey had that battle with Roy, and over on the top side, DRS was also having some battles of their own. But with that being said, there's just so much of that pressure over onto the side of BTR that Alter Ego, they could still rotate up on towards the north as well as south whenever they can. And until this game-winning position, this basically given them the upper hand against all the teams that have to play towards the lower end of the hill.
But to be honest, it wasn't really easy holding on to that position as well. I mean, Team Flash as well as T2K and Team Panel really put up a good fight, you know, and they really did not make it easy for Alter Ego Airs to keep that spot, you know, all to themselves. But at the end of all the back and forth situation, Alter Ego Airs remained to be victorious, you know, with all of the change that happened, hence getting out of elimination points. I mean, just by defending the area alone, they managed to really stack up quite a number of elimination points for themselves, and you know, getting the chicken dinner as well. So effective strategy, that was an effective attack as well, and very good offense and defense at the same time. Now we can see that 25 points, that's a huge gap right there coming from Team Pandem, who came in second place with 9 points. I mean, they are the only team that managed to score a double-digit one to finish up the game.
My, and just look at them go. Team Pandem managed to get themselves 9 points alongside T2K, but this 25-pointer sees them to be at the top of the table. Last I checked, I had a quick glimpse of that leaderboard, so I believe that will basically send 52 Esports into number 2 with a lot of catching up to do as well. Satar has been able to really be the beacon of hope to really defend the fort for the side of BTR, for, at least for the longest of time. I know that production eventually will be hiding some of these stats away from us, so I make sure I keep my eyes very closely onto that leaderboard standings for a little bit. But the rest of it, honestly, I'm unsure because it could always shift, right? But the top 2 right now, just look at Alter Ego, as well as some of these guys from 52 Esports. This is going to be a very tight race because we only got 2 more games left. And speaking of which, we'll take a short break and we come back to bring you the penultimate match. With 2 more rounds to go, the penultimate round begins right here as we will once again see our top 16 teams of the grand finals duke it all out for that $5,000 to be brought back to their own home country. This is the Ruthless Invitational Showdown. If you just joined us here, and make sure to hit that like as well as subscribe, because we got a lot of cool stuff for you guys to check out, as well as all these upcoming news about more tournaments to come. But this is going to be our final duke out in Erangel.
And we are nearing the end of this competition, Contra, down to our last Erangel, as you mentioned. I guess at this point, we are now going to focus our attention to the top 4 of this tournament, because those are the placement, the only placement that will matter.
That's right. And overall, when it comes down to the performance of the teams, I mean, this is just the nature of the tournament, that there's only going to be a few victors when it comes down to how things are going to go. But what they could play for, maybe the MVP title. Of course, it was really interesting where we had Crypto going head-to-head against Rosemary. But today, Rosemary won what was his all along. From the semifinals, we have seen Rosemary holding to that #1 spot the longest, as compared to, you know, even Bose had a challenge. He lasted maybe 1 or 2 days, and eventually it shifted back towards the side of Rosemary. And there were even names coming from Team Secret back then. And this time, South Asia really have thrived here in the grand finals. T2KS definitely backed plenty of wins and looking really sharp on their pursuit. Erangel once more. Who do you think is gonna win it all? And I start with you because I've always voted first. So I'm just trying to be fair.
Oh man, but we're tied up. Hey, I got my score just a while ago. Okay, so I think it's only right that production should choose first.
Okay, you're pushing it around, I see. Okay, production, since it's your time, are you gonna best this here with only 2 more games to go? If he gets 1 more win, it's over. You know, like, production will win. So Prod, what's it gonna be? Come on.
Oh, show us, show us, show us.
I guess
okay,
it's gonna be
VCR.
VR.
All right.
Okay. Respect.
Okay, here's the plot, right? 52 Esports already managed to take the top spot. Unfortunately, got a little bit short-lived. I think it was Alter Ego Airs now at the top, right? With
yeah, I believe so. Yeah,
they are. Okay, so for this time around, let's check it. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and lock in 52 Esports. So let's check if Crypto will have that energy, will have that motivation and determination as well to not let any teams inside the lobby to take that top spot.
Okay, I'm gonna go for something completely different from what we have seen so far. Okay, so I think like the past 2 days, Team Secret has been doing pretty okay. I put Team Secret, though I actually secretly won Team Flash, but yeah, I'll go with Secret.
Okay, it's lock and loaded, ladies and gents, and now we'll just have to wait again for the plane to head on to Erangel and drop us off.
Yep, and of course, once again, you guys could also check out what's in the link in the live chat where you could gear up to play PUBG Mobile without any form of lag or latency issue, as this is our dear partners that has provided you with all these wholesome goodness. Here we go into the penultimate round. This is Iraq.
All right. Oh man, I wouldn't say that you buckle up because we love the chaotic situation, and we love the turbulence. We do love the action. That is why we are watching PUBG Mobile action. But anyway, we can see that the flight that is right down there in the middle, it's ending in Milton Power, so it's eastbound. And we all know which areas are going to be highly populated at this point. We can already tell. But which teams are going to be marking their territories once again? Is it going to be the same drop-offs? Well, we'll just have to wait and see. But if we're going to be basing, the team's drop spot from a while ago, then I'm pretty sure Team Secret will be definitely dropping around Nova Repnoyes. Military base will be taken by Team Pandem here. Pachinki will be taken by D Savior for Donkey, obviously headed towards the north of Jorgopol area. I've seen a while ago that that's where actually Vampire Esports went, but I guess they are dropping into their favorite spot, which is Primorsk.
Yeah, there's not going to be any form of changes into where they love to drop, as this is pretty much the perfect straight line coming from that western end into the east. So most likely than not, these teams know what exactly to expect with a very similar circle this time. I think more and more teams will be playing around the center of field, which is going to be by that Pachinki hill, which is currently covered by the side of 52 Esports. Now, the problem with this area is that there's not going to be plenty of loot. So 52 Esports, they got to go for that jungle strat, pick up whatever they can find through these small little compounds. And maybe by the outskirts of the farm, they can still garner a little bit more of that control and slowly move right in. So speaking of which, Team Secret, because of this flight path that is pretty much skewed a lot more towards the mainland, they're going to have this hassle of just looting into Novo and passing by NKT twice. This is going to be a tough ordeal. So maybe I might regret of my vote here because of how this circle is really not favoring the likes of these Vietnamese side.
Oh, well, sometimes, you also have to consider the random elements, right? And there's also luck, of course. If the zone doesn't favor you, it's all going to be hard to even get that winner chicken dinner. But, of course, it will showcase how good you are in terms of your game sense and game IQ and whatnot, and how good you are in terms of, like, versatility, adaptability, and everything that's been going on inside of Battlegrounds. And as you can see, Team Secret, we did call it out that they will definitely head towards Nova here. This is their comfort zone, so to speak.
Yeah, and of course, you don't want to be moving into somebody else's territory of the city and find yourself in hot soup off the bat. So, thankfully enough, they did not move directly into Milta, or else it could be a really poor start for Team Secret, who has been so professional in their execution when it comes down to how they've played out the semifinals as well as here in the grand finals. Still within that top 5 ratio, but of course now with the rise of Alter Ego as well as huge prominent wins coming from T2K as well as, of course, 52 Esports that have been so consistent, it remains to be a challenge not only for Team Secret themselves. Even Vampire Esports have done so well, they don't really find that rhythm throughout the course of battle. Same can be said about DX, which we know on the good days run, DX can just take all the chicken dinners available.
Yeah. I guess, Vampire Esports not really in the mood to kind of punish the other teams here that's been participating for the Ruthless Invitational Showdown. But the only great thing coming from Vampire Esports is that they did their best. They showed up during the semifinals and just made sure that you guys are definitely going to be seeing them perform for the grand finals. So I guess it is still okay. There's no doubt, that Vampire Esports can always deliver when they need to perform. But for the Ruthless Invitational Showdown, I guess they're kind of really on a relaxed mode.
It definitely seemed to be the case. I mean, just look at the current field roster is pretty much the same that we've seen coming in from the side of DX. It's just that they know that there is no hope of them getting their hands on to a cash win, right? So perhaps just using this golden opportunity to treat it like a scrim where you're still fighting up against top quality players is the way to go, right? Like, you're still being sportsmanlike, then to, just leave the lobby and suddenly there was like an imbalance in the lobby. That could always happen, if you're not being professional, but they stick true to how all these tournaments should run. So, of course, DX, we hope that the next time they do turn up again into, all these upcoming tournaments, they will be able to do so much better. Meanwhile, I feel like the reign has been taken over by names like Team Secret as well as Team Flash of who currently is the stars of Vietnam.
Oh yeah. I believe, at least for Team Flash, there's huge potential there. I believe they are the rising star, I guess, in the Vietnamese community. So there's a lot of wonderful things that you can expect coming from this team. They're working on a lot of adjustments. They're working on their problems. They're fixing their synergy, everything else in between. So yeah, there's again quite a good vibe, coming from Team Flash. As for the teams, Razak is occupied by a lot. Basically, I mean, we can see that Todak, RQ, BTR might head towards the same direction there, even with the Roy. It is, I believe, the focal point of this circle. But checking out the teams that are still outside of the zone, so that would be Team Pandem, Sim9. We've got Vampire, and we've got Team Secret as well. But this is just the stage one, so the blue zone will not be hurting just yet.
Yeah, it's just gonna be pretty much tankable. Still very early into the matchup. No casualties thus far. That's massive improvement coming in from majority of the teams. So not much to be worried about for the moment. But as for the rest of the squads on the field, you gotta be very careful about such situations like this. Thankfully for Roy Esports, they are on the north, so they are not gonna find this too problematic. This Roy can always flip things around. But of course, you gotta try again if things don't go your way, or, Porsche. Well, that's definitely salvage, thankfully. So they're on course to another adventure.
Oh man, Spider just got shut down. Oh well, he is over on the rooftop there, so it makes it easier for other teams to actually shut him down because he's exposed. But yeah, I mean, Sleepy coming from DRS. Obviously, they're going in for the pinch here. Spider cannot even do anything. So let's see if the rest of NKT can defend this compound right here. But we can see that Joker is cooking up that nade, getting ready to throw up to Sleepy. Oh man, on point.
So perfectly done right there. NKT responded in kind. Sleepy will receive a little bit of the backing, but there is going to be a little bit of retaliation coming from Triple F, being the one marking the flank. Overall, it's just going to be a little bit of a suppressive nade to just keep the RS at bay, but they are definitely vying to take over control over onto this south corner just across the farm over the hillside. DRS, very careful on the approach, and the rest of NKT, after getting the revivals through, They
Oh
will just
no!
turn their way back into the other corner with Chama as well as KillYT has always been on the lookout. Now Joker is going to be absolutely obliterated from this match. 2 hefty points to add to the tally of DRS. Looking good so far as they continue to drive and steer the rest of NKT further and further away.
Yeah, DRS found a Joker, and Todak, I believe, also having an altercation in another part of town. RQ and BTR is having a duel as well. Team NKT, headed towards 52 Esports, but I don't think they're going to be engaging, considering that, hey, they don't have that manpower anymore. But, of course, 52 Esports, oh man, they did not even let NKT pass through safely. I mean, if an opportunity actually shows up right in front of you, they will definitely get it, and that's exactly what 52 Esports did in this particular situation.
Yeah, just absolutely controlled the entire area of play. 52 Esports, just like how they played out in Miramar, so long as they can work in this wide area, they are sharp enough to eventually pick them off, even if there's going to be an ongoing launch directly into their compound. They should be able to navigate through the Savior on the very careful approach, whereas you can see it's just so crowded heading into these quarters of the Pochinki Hills, Potato Hills, if you may say, but there are heavy chances of this current circle to move directly into Pochinki for our final urban warfare setting. That could be an epic finale to close up all of these Erangel matches.
Oh man, yes, you're definitely right. But it's Pachinki. You know that this is a marked territory by these saviors. So can they perhaps win a chicken dinner just because the circle might land in Pachinki area? So that's one of the questions that we need to look out for later on in the game. But checking out Team Pandem, late rotation, late gameplay coming from this team, and it is possible that they will have a clash up against Sem9 since Sem9 is also tanking the blue zone. But as for the entry point, so whichever team will be winning the altercation between Sem9 and Team Pandem will, of course, have the chance to get inside the circle. I can see that it's free. I don't see any teams guarding that part just yet. So let's just wait and see as they make their way on the bridge. Here comes the ambush coming from Dead. Wasn't able to shut down. But okay, I spoke too soon because, well, Achul, got hit in the face.
And Sem9 has been waiting for such a long time by the Blue Zone just to try to catch Team Pandem. Now is only going to be Joe Ubranki up over on top side, and he does catch out Dead. They did not suspect him to be putting such a cheeky maneuver despite them spending so long on the Blue Zone. Joe Branke as well as Dimsy. Of course, now it's only going to be a 2 versus 3. There's legs sticking out. There's not going to be any safety net from that fall. No. Team Pandem pretty much will rely on, rely on nothing. Because I thought with that fall height, he might be able to survive, but I was absolutely wrong.
But great ambush though coming from the side of Sem9. Effective strat there. Team NKT defending themselves up against Team Secret. Fortunately, they got shut down as well. So NKT also got the boot out of Erangel empty-handed. But 52 Esports smells blood, and now they're coming after Team Secret here. They've already got Break as well as Strength. So yeah, they've managed to win that fight with 4 elimination points.
Beautiful, beautiful stuff, and that is just going to be another collapse coming in from the top side here. DRS, they take over this warehouse compound just by the corners of the water while they try to make their way against the rest of Dodak. Now, Dodak still has 3 members left. They will be able to rely on this rock for a safe bunker through the ports. Now, English or Spanish, or should I say KillYT, is just flocking from the other corner alongside with Sleepy, so this is going to be a very aggressive stance that's being displayed from the side of DRS. Big Nate's now being tossed right in. 9 has a lot of room to wiggle with, but he's got to be careful. He's exposing himself towards the top end of the field, but somehow 9 still fires that grenade, catching beautifully towards Sleepy, and also another catch coming from Satar, but they do not know that there is one hiding by the blue zone on the flank, over the top end. Now it's down to KillYT, trying to hold them all out. Now, this is going to be a flush. Even X being spotted out, this is going to be a tough ordeal. But Kill YT, what can he pull out this time around? No time to even going for the revive. Moving into his back. He is just trying to buy as much time as he can to eventually catch over on the side of X that's holding over the top.
Yes, X is in a very good position here to support the rest of DRS Gaming. Obviously, Todak cannot even come close to the fallen members of DRS, so it gives time for them to actually recuperate in this situation. But Todak might go to the other side here, but X is doing such an amazing job here as the midman for DRS. But if Easter can actually shut him down, then that could be the opening that Todak might be waiting for to shut down DRS. But again, another effective kill coming from Killer YT, but good clapback coming from Iftar.
But none of them really actually get a perfect win because the Blue Zone is devouring them all the way through, and they're just so far off. DRS having X to still survive to make the cut, but they are back on wheels. This is going to be X's time to shine. He can take this time to just catch them on that wheel. Iftar, he's also stuck by the edge as well. Both sides left with one member apiece. And they're just relying on whatever match that's necessary. A couple of bandages, and now opportunity arrives. But can he align the shots? X! He's not going to be able to make it. Oh, that dive! Kodak survives, only for now. And DRS, so long and goodbye for the last stand.
Okay, again, another Ferric victory coming from the side of DRS. Yes, they may have won the fight, but they've lost all of their 3 members. And then Blue Reaper actually was the one who sealed the deal. So I guess the star of the show would be the Blue Reaper, ladies and gents. DRS already out of the game. Again, this is the final Erangel, by the way. Second to the last match for this evening. Down to 13 teams remaining. 7-9 with 4 elimination points, 2 casualties as well. And now they have found them another team to annihilate, which is of course Team Flash. But Team Flash, okay, the situation is Quan is on the ground, Gosu doing a massive spray up against Superboy of Sem9, who is hiding basically right behind that tree. Gosu just went in for the nade. Superboy gets the damage, which buys time, for Quan to pick up the teammate here. But Kenny, man, with a good follow through. But you know what? Considering the distance that they have between one another, I guess there's still time for Team Flash to pick up his teammate here.
Yeah, plenty of time to do so. 7-9 though, late movers to the scene, also losing a couple of members. But at least they still have 3 more intact, as it's not too far off from Pachinki, which is where the circle is closing up towards. I believe majority of these other teams are within the span of the city. Vampire Esports now popping those grenades towards the side of Victron Red Aliens. That does actually clip onto Genfos. So unlucky for Zuxi. He doesn't seem like he had a chance to even going for that revive. Meanwhile, on the smallest side of the screen, if you guys do have a TV or you can see that Team Flash is also taking control of those hills. I'm just surprised that it's not heavily populated within the span of the city just yet. But everybody else, they're playing by that hillside. They're playing on that outskirt. Let's see whether or not can Vampire Esports actually reap the rewards of getting a pick onto anybody that's moving into Pachinki rather late, or perhaps over on the side of RQ, they spot out the rest of 52 Esports, but the spray was not enough. The recoil was a little too much for him to control, but it's going to be Crypto that will be able to just do it in the nick of time. Meanwhile, Snape trades right back, finds 2, he turns his back. Oh my word, that could have been a good one for Zao 52, but now they're in shambles. But they walk away with 4 points.
Yeah, it was a nice response, though, coming from Crypto. Unfortunately, they were in a vulnerable spot. I mean, they couldn't even really do an effective counter, considering that they really got ambushed. They were caught off guard. But anyway, the battle continues on. We've got Tony K on the ground, coming off the kill feed there. Team Pandom, however, Billbot is getting toasted here by SM9. He has nowhere to go. And Kenny knows this one to be true, but right behind him are the guys who are coming from Alter Ego Eris, so he needs to get this job done if he still wants to survive the game.
Billbot in such an awkward situation. Kenny Noob's got the better cover, though. I don't think anyone's going to be able to spot him through the drainage, but he's just doing what he can to buy as much time for 7-9 to get some good positioning points. whereas Vampire Esports will have to leave the city. And they have been kept here by the likes of Alter Ego Ares. It spots that buggy, and immediately the sharp eyes of Octa goes in for some tags, connecting a couple of shots. I believe that he might be able to actually turf him right through, but it is not going to be all too much of a clean shot coming from such a distance away. And Snape, he's the one to claim it instead. Yeah. All that hard work pretty much for nothing from the side of Alter Egos, but RQ, they are happy to take that.
Oh, well, yeah, every opportunity that you get, you definitely have to seize them. No mercy, however, being no mercy as always. I mean, living up to his reputation, they're just trying to score some points up against Todak, but from the kill fitted Steel Flash has been picking up by D Savior here. Oh man, so Todak totally been eliminated by RQ, walking out with 4 elimination points. So I guess it's still okay, decent number. Mexican standoff again between Alter Ego Ares, Void Donkey, and Roin Esports out here in the field. But you know what? I think this is such a very good angle to Kenny as well as Sem9. He could potentially shut down and get lucky with the points. You know, shut down some players right up in front of him. Now, Team RQ. Okay, they are actually at the edge of the circle here. Also has the chance to pick up some points, right?
Yeah, those were really clean shots coming from the side of Snape to be able to knock that guy from that sniper's bunker. And of course, plenty of points for them to stash right here. RQ in a really formidable form, whereas Tony K hasn't really settled the score with the rest of BTR just yet. Back then, the rivalry between the Thai as well as Indonesia was so intense. And speaking of which, Tony K, he was the prodigy of Thailand to be able to take out one of the Terminators of Indonesia. Meanwhile, on the other end, it's going to be Void Donkey, this time crashing out over onto 9th. So here we are, top 8 with the King of Kings, RRQ, Rex Regium Keon, in absolute control of the hills.
Fnatic pointing his gun up against the Batman. Batman, he has a little bit of cover, but we're not exactly sure if that is still going to be the case the moment that the circle shifts. Okay, so here you go. Here's the current situation. Alter Ego Ares now coming from the east side, but right behind them are the guys coming from Roy Esports. Vampire holding on outside of the zone here. But the situation from Roy, okay, it's not overdone just yet. They're popping up a lot of smoke here to not compromise their overall position up against Alter Ego Ares. So I guess this is more of like an information gameplay coming from both of the teams here. And if they can be accurate with the positions, then they could go in for the charge.
Yeah, it's been a very tactical play overall because they're just playing by these bunkers, just sharing it along this long stretch against Alter Ego Ares. Plenty of smokes now being popped as the rest of Roy are forced to journey their way into the circle, but these nades are slowly wearing them down as well. Very careful advancements coming in from the side of Roy Esports to slowly cut to a close, taking the fight up to Boysil as well as and this is where they all funnel into the same area. They gotta be careful with this nades flying right in because that vehicle's really gonna hurt them. That's one down and more to go. Fluka comes right in, takes one member down from the side of DX, and the rest of Alter Ego has been able to suppress 2 members from the side of Roy Esports. So Noaz, what can he actually do about this as they manage to dodge that final grenade? There's just no saving grace as Juke walks directly towards the crosshairs of Octa. That could only mean one thing. Soon Noaz hiding by the edge here will try to launch a surprise attack, but that's not going to be enough. Roy crashes out.
Man, Alter Ego Ares definitely prancing right now, showing off their great skills so far at racking up points. Oh man, 5 elimination points though coming from the side of D Savior as well. Roy got eliminated, no elimination points whatsoever, but they do get some placement points if I'm not mistaken. Fnatic on the screen, no mercy still on the ground. 7 elimination points though coming from RQ. Snape bagging most of it. Asan now pretty close with Alter Ego Ares, and the fight is definitely going to be happening. Asan now trying to dance with the devil here. Asan goes down. Here comes another train coming from Octa here. Where is the backup? We're looking forward. Poison finds himself on the ground. RQ seems to be winning the fight, yes, as they take out Octa of the equation.
But Snape is still alive. He's still piling on the pressure against the rest of Alter Ego. They are just taking other spaces. They will not go in to even consider a full-on battle against RRQ because they are fighting for the championship run. Elva, with the last-ditch effort, finds himself in the middle of nowhere. His vehicle is out in the open. And that will just be an easy claim for the side of DX. Meanwhile, Sam9 on a dominating streak, even though Kenny was left out all alone. Now this top 5 is rather interesting. 3 solo units, full squad for the side of RQ, and the Savior with their full elite squad as well. So the battle is pretty much between RQ as well as DX in this matchup.
All right, here we go. Xavier, Levi's taking in some damage here coming from Fnatic. Good shot, though, coming from Natty T. He was able to help his teammate there, but the fight is not over because Auric is still on full aggro mode. We can see that Snape is cooking up that nade. Let's see if it's going to be an effective concoction up against Natty T. But backfired real hard. RQ now suffering loss there coming from the Savior. And just look at that, 9 elimination points now coming from the side of the Vietnamese team.
Finally, we see the Saber getting activated. Better late than never overall, as they are vying for that chicken dinner and going on the rampage. And already secured 10 total limbs. Now driving past with all 3 vehicles. Levi's over the back as well, trying to actually seek them out. Nate T comes and shreds them apart. And here comes the jump shot. There's just no escaping what the Vietnamese can do. Now it's between them as well as Team Pandem here for the final showdown. 1v4. I don't know if there's going to be any miracles here for BuildBot, but the rest of the X, the Spiders are about to pounce, and this ain't not a friendly neighborhood Spider-Man for sure, but that is just going to be a splatter coming from Chua in order to secure a winner chicken dinner, the final one in Erangel for the Savior.
Strong finish coming from the side of the Savior. Welcome back, boys. I mean, we've been waiting for you guys to show up. Oh, man. So that was a phenomenal win coming from the Savior. You know why they won? Because there was Pachinki down there in the circle. So I guess they defended their territory well.
Yeah, they really know the entire area like the back of their hand. So for most part, they did not just hide inside of the city. They were actively involved in all these skirmishes. We see them taking part by fighting up against Vampire Esports. There was also Roy in the mix as well. And for most part, all the other teams were also taking up the heels. We saw RQ was on a massive spree of their own, but they were trying to set up from that recovery that they had against another squad that they were facing early on. And then DX, they chose the right time to fight. And the only threat was RQ. Once they take down RQ, this whole game was just absolutely delivered to their hands. So D-Savior, great work. Despite, having a really difficult run throughout the course of the grand finals, they finally found themselves a sought-after win to, of course, keep their pride intact.
Oh my goodness. But hey, again, it's been a really long time coming from the side of D-Savior. But you know what? We're going to talk more about that in just a while, because make some way for the Clash of Giants Season 5 will be coming soon. And just look at that amazing trophy and that amazing graphics right behind that trophy. A dragon nonetheless. Dracarys!
Well, I love all the work that has been put in from our dear production crew to create such a beautiful, of course, KVP visual for the upcoming Clash of Giants Season 5. So if you guys want to partake, this will be, of course, the only way to go, where you will need to be the top team of each respective region from the PMSL, from the PMCL, as well as PEL, up to PMJL, and not forgetting PMPS, as well as the Rivals Cup. So these are elite teams from all over the world that will be taking part in this massive showdown. So, of course, hats off to everybody from Ruthless Hype Esports for having all these resources, as well as all these effort to really organize a top tier event in general, and all of this is offered to you for free for your enjoyment here on YouTube as well as on all these other social media platforms. So make sure you follow Ruthless Hype Esports on all their social media platforms.
Yeah, we're definitely going to be seeing the likes of CAG Osaka once again, Tiamba coming from PEL, DRX, formerly known as Duksan Esports, come from Korea, and it's Red Force as well, probably. And hopefully there could be like at least one Philippine team, that could represent us. So I'm hoping that Harami Bros will be able to join into the mix here. So there's a lot of things that we can look forward to when it comes to the Clash of Giants Season 5. But just make sure that you guys follow Ruthless Hype Esports to not miss anything that's been going on inside the community. Now, we're checking the head-to-head here after match number 17 between The Savior and Team Pandem. And just look at that contra. Team Pandem only manages to put out damage, a total of 172 with 1 elimination point. And I mean, this is a landslide. 2,059 damage output coming from D-Saver with 13 elimination points.
Yeah, it is just pretty one-sided where we saw Team Pandem only had a player left to actually survive the cut, where they had that shenanigan over a bridge versus Seb9, and they didn't manage to really make too much of a progress out of that than to have that surviving member, but hats off to him. But Snape, he has been really hitting mark with all these eliminations coming in from the south side. So that's 5 points for him to be able to put our RQ within that firm contest against the rest of the Savior.
You know what? I think I've been missing a player here. Not sure exactly where Giante is, but okay, I'm gonna check it out later on. But anyway, top performers. We've got the Half-Blood Prince right here on the roster with 5 elimination points, followed by Nadity of D-Savior. We also got Chua right there on your screen. And, of course, Iftar coming from Todak, setting up a total of 75% team contribution, 408 damage output, and 3 elimination points.
Yeah, massive numbers out there. And for his quick wrap, I think like you spotted out pretty early that the Savior, they just controlled this whole region for themselves because they have always started off inside Pachinki and remained to be untouched for the most part. But they weren't just lording around. They went up to the hillside expecting this early stage to have maybe a hardship into another different area. But once they do see that this is going to be a Pachinki-centered type of fight, they remain over on the hillside, taking firm control as they also manage to spot out, whoever has moved into the city. They themselves have repositioned back for a while, but they didn't really commit inside of the compounds. They took the hills instead and eventually closed it up against those who are, of course, in the middle of the fight. And even so, you take a look at where Flash as well as Alter Ego is. They were the ones to also clean up all the other rest of the spot. When RQ wraps around the back, this is where they have the power play heading into the final round.
Yeah, and in order for you guys to win that chicken dinner, you really have to make a series of good decisions here, since that's exactly what D-Saver had done, for the entirety of this round. And just by looking at the numbers, all of the boys here really did perform very well, getting 23 points. Again, that's a huge gap up against RQ Ryu, who actually came at second place. But only 2 teams here I can see that managed to finish off the game with a double-digit score. And as for the only team that went out empty-handed, that would be the Red Aliens.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate for them because they were directly in the city, but because of the pressure coming out of Vampire Esports, they could not really advance any further than that. You can see Vampire Esports, they got all 4 of these points. Meanwhile, RQ, Seb9, they did some massive work in this matchup, so expect them to be able to climb. Now, I believe that we'll go into match stats real quick. Superboy was the one that has the longest limb. I believe this to be the one over on the bridge that was shot towards I forgot which player of Team Panda, but that ordeal was a little scuffed because who would have camped out in stage 2, stage 3 just to pick off a team? Apparently it's Seb9.
Yeah, and okay, so I kind of wish that we'll see the number of throwables used inside the game to go really high, but unfortunately, I think we've already seen, the highest that it can possibly get to, 349 just a while ago. Now we're looking at 205, so it's quite a huge drop there, but it is still a-okay. We're about to enter the final game of the Ruthless Invitational Showdown Season 7, and I just know that your favorite teams are actually stepping up, pedal to the metal. So it's going to be an epic final showdown for Miramar. So don't go away. Call your friends, call everyone, because we are now on our way to the last game. So, hey, we'll be back after this, guys. Don't go away. And finally, we have come to the grand finale, boys and girls. Who will reign supreme? Well, we are about to find out, as this is already the last game of the Ruthless Invitational Showdown Season 7, with Red Queen and Contra as your casters for this spectacular event.
Yeah, it's been a long-running week for all these players that have been on board every single night from a week ago. They've been grinding their tails off into getting to this point. And there could only be one grand champion here in this Season 7 finale. So far, T2K has won a lot of chicken dinners, but where do they place right now? We don't even see the leaderboard for the past 3 matchup. And BTR is also somewhere up there, but are they really holding at the top? Because the last we checked, 52 Esports managed to claim that #1 spot, and eventually followed by Alter Ego to claim a chicken dinner of their own. And of course, now with a curveball, the chicken dinner claimed by DX from that past round does not really affect too much of that standing, because they were at the bottom of the table. So who exactly is #1 right now? I'm dying to find out. But of course, with that being said, it's prediction time. So, Red Queen, are you voting for a champion here, or are you voting for a chicken dinner? She's thinking really hard. She's thinking really hard about this.
Oh man, I mean, you said it. We haven't seen the leaderboards for a while now. Of course, we are trying to keep things very interesting for you guys. Very suspense, I can say. Even us, we're racking our brains out just to make sure we pick the right team. But again, production should go first, to be honest.
Yeah. we'll let you have your say. You know, like production, Team Flash. Okay.
Yeah.
To be fair, they have the stats. So, Team Flash, they definitely do really well here in Miramar. Can they win the championship? I wonder. So, other than that, I want to go with... Okay, are you ready for your prediction yet?
Oh, go ahead. Please, be my guest.
Oh, this is so tough.
Be my guest. Be my guest. Be my...
Okay, I'm voting for the champion, okay? This is a champion prediction. This could not probably be a chicken dinner, but Alter Ego. Safe choice.
Oh, man. Ah!
I gave you the choice. I gave you the choice. You didn't say
it. Okay, it's okay. I mean, this is what makes it very exciting, right? Wait! Don't pressure me, Astro! Okay. Fine, I'll go with the closest, I think.
52?
Yeah, 52 Esports.
Okay.
That
Lock and load.
Definitely catch up with the numbers. I mean, they're so close.
Very close.
No, they haven't really, pulled off a great performance in the previous Erangel. But hey, if there is the perfect timing for them to kind of have that explosive performance that we have been looking, from 52 Esports, now is the time.
It has to be. This is going to be our very final map as we will conclude Season 7 with the biggest of brawls heading into the desert dunes of Miramar for our final showdown. This is the Ruthless Invitational Showdown.
Woo, here we go! Lock and loaded, baby. Here we go with the final round of Season 7. I can see Tumas and I can see Minas and Valle. So yeah, we are northbound, boys and girls and children of all ages. NKT, oh man, I know where this thing will be dropping. I just know that they'll be dropping around the south area of Miramar here. And ooh, this is an early drop coming from Alter Ego Air, so perhaps they are headed to the biggest location, which is Los Leones, but I think a BTR are headed towards that direction as well.
Yeah, BTR usually moves into Impala, so this is a very long stretch because of how this flight path has skewered into the northbound areas instead. So whoever wants to even reach places like Cruz de Val or I guess Minas Generales is still pretty much within grasp. Now, trouble lies ahead for the side of Alter Ego because who's ahead of them? It's Team Secret, and this is not going to be an easy ordeal, but it seems like the rest of Alter Ego, they dock in early, they pick up those vehicles so that they can be well on course. Meanwhile, it's still in parachutes for the side of Team Secret. 7-9 takes over Monte Divo. We already see battles taking place here. Roy having a straggling member into the field. That's not the place that they want to be at. So I believe they were fighting for vehicles, and 7-9 brought him all the way here to just skewer him with that machete. So, first blood, or should I say double kill, has been claimed from 7-9.
Yeah. At least we had a different opening match. But back again to this situation, Team Pandem versus the Real Soldiers. So can now DRS win up against Team Pandem here? Buildup with an amazing DBS shot now. We're looking at one casualty on the side of DRS. Alter Ego Eras. Oh no, Contra. Rosemary got knocked on the ground. And I did see one more player come from AE who is on the ground as well.
Yeah, Pandem just keep finding all these great weaponry. They got the MT49, the DPS, everything perfect to be set up. But Sleepy is here to put a dent to it. 2 knocks, not enough. DRS has been on a downward streak here in Miramar against Team Pandem. So this is no good news at all in this matchup. But hey, we thank DRS for taking part in our tournament as they've absolutely entertained us throughout the course of the semifinals as well as the grand finals. Just unfortunate, that wait, they're still having fun. Okay.
Yeah.
Team Pandem knows that the camera's on them.
Yep. Definitely. You have to celebrate your wins, I guess. I mean, it's not easy to pull off an elimination point in any battlegrounds, and I guess Team Pandem is just really having a great time right now. And now, which brings us to Team Flash. Okay, they are somewhere around. Just checking. Okay, Team Flash is at the edge of the circle here, near 52 Esports, by the way, and RQ as well as Team Pandem. So perhaps we can see fights happening from this specific area and from the south side. Okay, BTR, NKT, Ultra Ego Airs, and even Team Roy might see each other here. But as for Los Leones, it's team secret territory, so I don't see any teams that could break into this area and challenge up the gods of Team Secret. So it's
no
a quiet Los Leones here.
It's on the outskirts as well. I mean, all they have to do is just quickly loot up and journey their way in. Meanwhile, keeping a close look, 52 Esports, they always take that Crater Field section, and things could be pretty heated up with the amount of teams that are coming from the north side into the highway. So it could be a good news for 52 to maybe farm some numbers on that approach. Other than that, they have to also be on the lookout for the teams that are around El Pozo, and especially 7-9 taking full control of Monte Nivo. So is this going to be an urban ending? We want to figure it out, but there's still a chance where it could still pull over on the south side. Some parts of Chumacera is also being covered. Now, Genfos with that long-range spray, not going to be able to find anything at all, but we're already seeing, a lot of casualties in the early game. This is not one that will be so straightforward, because Roy's on wheels. They could just quickly navigate around the valley.
The wheels on the bus go round and round. That was a tall order there, trying to spray with that kind of range. I mean, especially if you don't have any scope. I mean, we're talking about a red dot here, and that is quite a huge amount of distance to be able to score a point. But again, managing resources is also top-notch, I guess, when it comes to Miramar. So you just really have to watch out for that. But Team Roy, okay, two of their players, I believe, wasn't able to get inside the game, because I can see that they are not logged in. Or did they get? Are they experiencing any technical issues? I hope not.
I think we're part of it. I mean, you look at the player count. It's just that, it's the final game. It's like, oh, okay, just give me a break already. Like Roy, just like DRS as well. I mean, they don't really have like a great start into Miramar for the past couple of rounds. So I guess like you gotta relieve yourself sometimes, like from what goes on. But of course, still two members to be able to navigate around. With them having the level of experience, I think that this dual squad could still puncture through some units if it does close into Monte Nivo. So we'll see whether they can play that end game later on. But Depp has definitely had eyes onto this warehouse. Not that he's going to be for long, because there's no angles to just find any of these members at all. So I guess we'll take a closer look into other squads that eventually will be closing in. Because last we checked, Alter Ego was on that south side. It was closer towards Valdemar, but eventually they'll make their way here. And somewhere in between, which I believe to be closer to Chumacera, was also Bigatron Red Aliens. So these two, if they do lock horns, it's going to be the epic battle to see who clinches that podium spot. Because any elimination here on will really dictate their positions.
And I like how the teams are actually playing this round. I mean, I thought that we're going to be experiencing a lot of drop clash to happen, since it's already the last game, but it's exactly the opposite. I mean, they're still taking this one very seriously. I mean, I did expect, some of the teams here will just cause some sort of like nuisance or like ruckus, just to challenge up the other teams here. Might be a change of drops can also happen, but no. I mean, everyone is still playing this one out smart, picking their battles, and just really engaging, waiting to engage in the right time. I mean, there's plenty of space to go around, since it's just stage number 1, and everyone is just really taking their sweet time here. And I know, just waiting for the right battle to show up in front of them.
True enough. I mean, it's typical when it comes down to early stages of Miramar, but at least, we are always offered that duel in Hacienda to at least, keep us entertained for the first couple of minutes until it concludes, of course. Now that has subsided, Team Secret is slowly moving in from that southeastern corner. T2K locking down a target, it seems. Well, actually, they're on wheels as well. Circle will now pull onto the highways, just in between the stretches of Picado, Chimacera, Monte Nevo. This is very typical. We've seen this probably 100 times before in professional setting. So this is going to be a good spot for the side of 52 Esports. They don't really have to travel just yet. And Team Flash, though, they're not too far off from the vicinities of 52 Esports. They need to be on the lookout as well.
And Team Flash, obviously, they have a lot at stake. They could potentially win the whole thing, but they will have to really pick smart battles here. They will have to go full aggro, but they have to do it smartly. They have to outwit, the remaining teams as well from inside the game if they want a chance to grab that top spot in the leaderboards. They are being surrounded by 52 Esports as well as RQ right behind them, and we've got Team Pandem also coming from the power grid area, and also down there in Monte Nuevo we can see Vampire Roy, Sim9, BTR, Team Secret flocking together, so that's another clash that might happen in just a while. But as for the side of T2K, they just got inside the safe zone in between Chumacera and Picado, but I don't see them also getting into an engagement just yet.
For now, but Vampire Esports, they do fancy some opportunities against Roy. Now that they have spot by the very edge of the city, they are not even hesitant to actually go in for that full push. Vampire Esports got nothing to lose anyways. Whereas for the Savior, they are definitely ramping up from that chicken dinner from earlier. Shrubs does get that pick off. Very straightforward affair. Tony K as the cleanup crew will just claim that one against Noaz and Roy. I thought that they will play it a little bit safer. They're pretty much scattered. They have one member somewhere in between, some two members over onto the opposite end of the warehouse as well. I'm not sure how they're going to hold up.
Well, to be fair, I mean, they went up against Vampire Esports again. This is a one tough team to beat. Yeah, but I think at the last game, Roy still tried to give it their best, but they fell short. But it is the nature of competition. So if Roy goes out of the game, well, GG's. I mean, good game, well played. We'll see you in the next tournament. But for now, they're still alive and they're still trying to do their best to survive the situation, even though they're down to their last remaining player. Now, Alter Ego Ares picking up vehicles here. They're still outside of the zone. Okay, so there's a big chance they could go up against Voindunky.
Wow.
Which is going to be phenomenal because Voindunky, it's going to be hard since they are sandwiched in between Alter Ego Ares and D Savior. But we can see that Alter Ego Ares is, they're headed towards another entry point here.
Yeah, BTR wastes no time to be able to move directly into the warehouse section in the middle of 52 Esports. They tried to move further into the areas of play, but will be spotted out by the rest of Todak. So this is where things are going to be a little bit tough for 52 Esports to even get covered because Todak, they're all around the valley as well. Crypto, Sharp Eyes, takes one back. 52 Esports will be able to revive Alian, and now will be rewarded with a little bit more of that upper hand just by the edge of this area of play. And oh my word, from the low ground, he spots Crypto, gets a beautiful headshot, and now things are looking to be a little bit more even.
Okay, but Crypto is so far away from the rest of the team, so a pickup could be very difficult. And that was a nice shot coming from Cleon with that Mini 14, very accurate. So I guess the time is ticking on the side of Crypto, and there you go, ladies and gents. Yeah, he did kind of fell from the mountaintop, so there was really no way for him to get saved at that point. But let's see what kind of a trick 52 Esports can still pull from their sleeves. I mean, they're still working with 3 members, so I guess it is still pretty doable at this point. But again, they need to be extra careful because they're down to just 3 members, and we still have a lot of teams here with a complete squad.
Yeah, Vampire Esports so eager to keep picking on fights after fights. This time it's Void Donkey upon the rival over onto the northern end of Nuevo. Just taking in the dilapidated compounds for now. But the exchanges are just working in favor of Flukiv with that perfect shot to the head. And now trouble lies ahead for the Indonesian side yet again. These 2 teams somehow, despite having difficult stances here in the finals, are just having a fun brawl. I mean, might as well get the best out of it since it's the final game. And Bluestone's slowly closing in. So it's definitely going to be shifting away from Nuevo, from the likes of it. All these teams, they probably won't commit for too long anyways, because it's about to shrink towards probably around that power grid sector, or it could pull all the way to the south side to benefit Team Secret completely, but it will be Team Panda directly smack dab in the middle. TTK as well. Hey, TTK could actually get another good win here if they could win that fight against Panda.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, big chance. If you could hold on to that elevation right there, they could basically shut down T2K from this angle. But hey, we've seen Clay on how he shut down Crypto. Even Crypto had that high ground advantage. I think he overpicked, and that resulted to chaos. Now, 52 Esports, they're having an exchange up against Team Flash. Okay, both of the teams here are in top 5. So, man, this is going to be an interesting exchange. So, oh man, this will greatly damage both of the teams here.
Yeah, same goes to the side of Toda has been in the mix as well. They have had some really good top 5 positions throughout the course of the grand finals. Meanwhile, Nuzi detonates the vehicles of Void Donkey with them having no escape. So this is going to be Vampires preying on the weakened side of the Donkeys. And, you know, fun fact, donkeys do thrive pretty well in the deserts. But at this time, they're not going to be able to last for too long, perhaps. Nuzi now pushing forward. They should be able to get the Levi's through, but take a look at that. Levi's on the far corner of the map. Big nades are now being cooked up. Shots also being fired from inside of Levi's, and they are having their backs absolutely exposed. That grenade does catch over onto Nuzi as well. One donkey now picked apart, one after another, but it's Team Flash also chimed right in.
Yep.
Oh, wow. 4-way battle, and it seems like nobody's getting the best of situation. Not Vampires, not the donkeys.
Man.
And here comes another nade. Oh, my word.
Okay, oh boy. Not a good spot for Void Donkey, obviously. I mean, they have nowhere else to go. They're the patty, you know, in a juicy burger, I can say. But Levi, okay, is he gonna leave Void Donkey charging up against Vampire Esports? But the kill feed is not stopping at all, Contra. We can see NKT, Vampire Esports going at it, RQ, Team Flash, Alter Ego Eris. So, man, there's a lot of fights happening simultaneously at the edges of the circle here. I mean, north and the west side. Actually, there's massive cleanup happening all over. But in the middle, it's BDR Team Pandem, T2K, even Todak. They're all quiet for now.
Todak, I guess like they've been withered down with very little members left. And RRQ managed to catch the final member of Alter Ego. They got shut down really early. Now this opens up room for all the other teams to take that #1 spot. Oh, this is just so interesting right now. Even 52 Esports, I believe a lot of their members have gotten taken out early on. So it's unclear who's going to be able to win this all-out trade. NKT arrives to the corner to finish off the final member remaining out of Vampire Esports. Thank you so much to the Thai teams out there. It has been incredible in the form of their journey. But while they're at it, Team Flash, absolute pop-up performance. They only lost 1, but they got plenty to play for.
Yeah, 5 elimination points now, but can they do it without Batman? in the mix? So that is a big question. Oh, another hard shift, ladies and gents. But we've got all BTR manning the west side. So just imagine how many more teams that will head towards their direction. So they could assume points. From that kind of situation. But you know what? D Savior is not done just yet. Punishing Vexy here come from Point Donkey. It's a 2v1, obviously, so D Savior has an advantage because Vexy is the only player remaining and they could exit the game empty handed as well.
Probably so. Vexy, what could he offer us this time around? He's got plenty of MVP points, but this time, can you do it all alone? One buggy, two buggy, true. And he just got absolutely trampled. Point Donkey, that was an A for effort coming from Vexy, but their run is over. Thank you very much for joining us. And now, on to the top 10. Another one on the block for Team Flash as a spot out shot from D Savior.
Yes, sir. And D Savior getting picked up one by Team Flash will always not be a good news here. But you know what? Team Flash doing an amazing job so far, trying to maintain their overall position. Joker, however, going up against the Tar of Bigoton Red Aliens, falls down on the ground. Triple F bites the dust as well. Satar is doing an amazing job gathering all those points they need. But you know what? We can see an exchange of names happening between Team Flash and D Savior here. Quan coming short. Two of players coming from D Savior will definitely head on to another angle here, while Levi is trying to keep them at bay, trying to get their attention to focus only to him, while D Savior finds another angle to work with. But they actually went up against Team Pandem now.
Yeah, Team Pandem has been in the center of the field for the longest time and finally getting spotted out. This is going to be a little bit troublesome for the squad that has done phenomenally well for the past couple of games. Team Secret now in the midst of the smoke. T2K being very opportunistic to try to shred him through. Team Secret still remains to be holding on to a very defensive stance. Should be able to eventually go in for a revive if done right. Rolls out in the open. Oh, he has to squeeze right back into the walls. The next one to fall. Top 9 finish with 5 elimination points. A hefty amount of points to be gathered by the Vietnamese squad that has been able to secure that win early on. Here comes the exchange of nades. Bose versus Nate, and Bose got it better. What a connection that he has done right there. 1 HP left though, but that is the end of the line for Team Flash with 6 points.
Okay, man. I mean, there's a reason why we are flashing the point system onto you guys. So if you're one of them who loves to keep track on how good your team does inside the game, so better hold on to that point system. I hope you did take down notes. But anyway, Team Flash, cannot really say if they are in a good position. I mean, they did have like 6 elimination points if I'm not mistaken, but it's too early. I mean, we still got 7 more teams here. Bigoton Red Aliens is still alive and they are looking to get a lot of points from this last round. We can see that Zutzi making his way to meet up with Sem9, but okay, he's been getting some nades thrown his way, so let's see if they can actually survive. But okay, mid-man roll for Satar. Team Pandem right up in on the top of them, so this could be hard on the side of Bigoton Red Aliens. And Sem9, man, they're cooking up nades, throwing up against BTR. They don't have that much space, Contra.
Yeah, they don't. But at the very same time, there's no need for BTR to really go in for the push. Team Pandem's the one controlling the top end of the hill. And look at the circle. It's really wrapping things around over the top side. So Team Pandem, what they would just need to do is wait for these fights to wrap up over the bottom side and maybe prey on some of all these free pickings as well. Sem9 turn the other way around towards the hands of another formidable squad. So that is going to be Team Secret that will crush them completely. While Pandem slowly picking BTR apart. This is nowhere that is going to be safe. Team Pandem just farms all these numbers from the top. And I believe this is going to be their chicken dinner to take throughout the course of the run. Because look at everybody else. There's no way they can climb up against Team Pandem.
Man, but just check it out. RRQ slowly creeping in, trying to get the upper hand as well up against the remaining teams here. I cannot really say that this is like the same circle we've had just a while ago. But yeah, I mean, just looking at the situation, RQ will definitely not be letting go of this spot right here. I mean, just look at the number of teams here that are down below. BTR just right in there in the mix with Team Pandem. Same thing goes for Cleon of Todak. But T2K, they remain to be silent, all throughout. And I believe they are still a complete squad here. So that's the advantage that they have, compared to the rest of the remaining teams.
Yeah, overall, there's just going to be all these solo rangers all across the field, and the only potential team that could really full send it up against Team Pandem later on is going to be RQ. That's only provided if they can close in within the distance, because they look to be quite far away at the moment. Jibranki, look, they're just chilling. They're just running all around, multi-layers of all these tough hills for all the other teams to climb towards. And what they do right now is just separate into different sectors of each point so that they could just farm out those numbers. But as for RQ, they're taking a very safe approach from the back end of the hill. Look at that, already plotting something up against Team Pandem. They know somebody's got to be up there, right? Heading into this late game phase, there could be only two ways that teams will make a decision, either from the lower end or the top end. So I think RQ, they could just use this to their advantage.
You know what? Just a while ago, we've been having a lot of exchange happen, and now it's just like a sudden stop, right? But of course, the circle will be the one to force the action to happen. And there you go. We still got a little bit of that space up top, which RQ can definitely use up against the remaining teams here. But Lapar is still outside of the zone, probably scouting and checking if they could also head on towards the north side of the circle. But that could be like a long way up for the side of BTR, because they still have Todak and Team Pandem to deal with. Oh man, Ross just got knocked down. Ooh, this could be hard for the side of T2K.
Yeah, they're a little far off from where they need to be, and all these bullets are being sent towards T2K's way. Igneous can only hide for so long. So now it's only down to Kanta. Waiting for a drive out in the open. It's a little too slow on that pickup truck. Thankfully, he does survive to make the cut, only for the slightest bit. Now, out there in the open, Turulov tries to find a little bit of exchange. Kanta trying to reach his teammate. Turulov is the only member left for the side of T2K. Well, if they do make it into the top 4, top 5, that's good enough for some rank points to add to the tally. Chicken dinner here, almost near impossible. Very impossible, if you ask me.
Man, can Kansas still survive? Okay, I mean, Turulov could probably, pick up his teammate here. But just look at what RQ is doing right now. They're challenging up the guys of Team Pandem. They know that if they want to win this last round, they have to take over this top spot right here. So this is a battle between Team Pandem and Team RQ on who gets to be the king of this hill right here. BTR, amazingly, they're still alive, pretty close with Cleon, who had been staying on a down or have been laying low for quite some time now. Team Secret needs to make their way towards Team T2K, so that's also quite a challenge, for the side of Team Secret.
Yeah, it's just awkward spots all around. Like, even for Team Secret, they are very far and on that corner with impossible terrains to climb. So the only way is forward, which is why they are putting grenades all the way far front in the hopes that they can flush out the rest of T2K. Of course, with that one member of Team Pandem lurking around, Bilbo will just think that, hey, these two guys are trying to take each other out, so do we want to focus on them? Maybe we shall see. BTR, though, going up close against Cleon. Cleon all alone. I don't think they spot him out just yet. Oh, they do. Lapar will send them out. And now we do have our top 5 scenario, but this is the fight. Max LV, Break versus Kanta and Turulov, and Bilbo being the referee up top.
Oh man, BTR. I can say that they are somehow in a good spot. They could shut down both Team Pandem and RQ if, of course, they're very smart with how they pick their battles here. Or pick their players in this case. But Kansa, okay, just putting a lot of pressure up against Team Secret. Break, about to lose his life. And there you go. Team Secret goes out of the game with 4 points. Down to just 4 teams remaining. We've got Team Pandem, RQ, T2K, and BTR. So it's a 4v3, v2, v2. Jay Branky went in for a spray up against Satar, but did not hit him whatsoever. So I guess his location had already been compromised. BTR already has the knowledge that Jay Branky is right on top of them. But this is such a great way to eliminate BTR with a nade. I mean, they have nowhere else to go at this point.
Yeah, it's just a tight little squeeze, sending Satar out in the open, and even Lapar tries to provide assistance. There's just hail of nades that will drop right in. I guess from the minimap, it looks as if they're close, but this is just not gonna cut it because they're already at the bottom end with a hill impossible to climb. But RRQ says there's no hill, ain't no mountain high enough, they say. And perhaps this is where it will all be decided. It's between Pandem as well as RRQ. True Love and TTK somehow is still surviving all the way up in the bottom, but can they parkour through this difficult course? Just looking at the very corner to see if there's gonna be places that they could go up against. I guess what it was really needed is for somebody to bring a buggy to be able to climb somewhere in between, but even so, Team Panda will be ready to take these guys on. Snape now dealing with the situation. Nate's now flying in. It's no mercy to find True Love, and Kansa is gonna be tucked right into a corner.
Oh,
here we
man.
go.
Here we go. Achua with a massive spray, and 416 is definitely working out for him. We can see Snape down below, the only surviving member coming from the side of RQ, and he was able to take care of business, eliminating the rest of the players come from T2K. Now Achul making a move. Team Pandem versus RQ at the end of this round. A 2v1 or 3v1 situation, rather. Team Pandem seems to be holding all the aces here. They are hunting the last surviving member, which is of course Snape coming from RRQ Ryu. But you know what? Team Pandem looking to bag the winner with a chicken dinner, and there you go. What a great finish coming from the side of a Team Pandem. Hey, you know what, Contra? I was about to say that Team Pandem had been playing strong since game number 1, and this is their first winner chicken dinner. I guess if they had played at this kind of pace at the beginning of the matches, ever since day 1, I think, oh man, they could be one of the teams that could really dominate the scene. But hey, this is a great win nonetheless.
Yep. As we've asked to secure the final chicken dinner of the night
Wow.
for another one for Indonesia. It's a massive 8-pointer from Joe Branky, and you got Bilbo with 4, and of course 2 for Achul and a single digit for the side of Dimsy. This really adds up a whole lot more, and the past couple of rounds, like you said, they have been really stirring the pot of all that there is in those 16-team skirmishes, whereas Joe Branky here has got the best performance of any individual here on the final day of the grand finals. Now the question remains, who will be the champions of the Ruthless Invitational Showdown? We'll reveal to you later on, but it will now conclude all of the matches that we did have, and just journeying back throughout the course of the battles that we've had so far, from the semifinals heading into the grand finals. There's just a lot of all these crazy plays. Was there a very favorite moment that you remember up till now?
Oh man, I will definitely go with the shutdown coming from Crypto in Erangel when he almost pulled off a clutch.
Oh,
He was
wow.
such in a great angle. You know, he was able to shut down at least 2 out of the 3 players right up in front of him. It was just so unfortunate because he got spotted out and he got tagged from behind. But nonetheless, what a wonderful performance coming from 52 Esports. And yeah, I mean, Crypto, again, happened during day number 2, which is, of course, his shining moment to be the overall MVP.
Yeah, my favorite was actually in the semifinals. Remember that sleepy 360 spray? Like, that 360 spray that got like 3 players out there. If he finished that off, that would have actually been perfect. But that just shows you how all these individuals from each respective teams are so highly skilled, whether they're from South Asia or even from Southeast Asia. I think we see a very mixed bag, as well as the culmination of both style of play in order to bring a whole lot of exciting moments, such as some of these that we've mentioned. But now it is time for us to reveal to you the moment of truth, ladies and gentlemen, as we will crown our champions of the Ruthless Invitational Showdown. So with that being said, let's reveal to everybody out there, your champions are Alter Ego Aries of Indonesia.
Oh, there is no denying the power of Alter Ego Aries. I mean, starting from Rosemary, the way that this guy collects a lot of points for the team is already phenomenal. And then you get backed up by your amazing teammates as well. That makes him a very dangerous competitor in any tournament.
Yeah, despite them crashing out early in the very final round, with that massive chicken dinner that they managed to score much earlier in Erangel, that really supplement them onto this journey to really overtake some of all these teams. But I believe it was a really close race. Last we checked, a few games ago, it was 52 Esports that they were up against, but they managed to still create a little bit of that gap. And then you saw how Rosemary was so proficient in getting those elimination points throughout the span of the entire day, or shall I even say, the whole grand finals.
Okay, now we've already given the biggest spotlight to Alter Ego Aries. It is time to find out, okay, the first runner-up Team Fandom, everyone. Again, with a massive performance during the last round, we did see them kind of step up to their gameplay all 3 days of the grand finals. You know, it was a little bit of struggle for this team to score a chicken dinner, but when it comes to consistency in placement points, in elimination points, I mean, these guys really showed up for the grand finals.
They absolutely did, and you could see their confidence from those battles in Hacienda, those battles in Erangel. They're not willing to back down from any fight at all, and in this massive chicken dinner haul on the very final hurdle, I think they just overtook some of all these big teams out there. It definitely must be quite upsetting, but we also still have the second runner-up to announce as well. And it is a pure Indonesia domination on the top three. Bigatron Red Aliens will also pave the way to show you who are the kings overall. All three teams are from Indonesia.
Okay, so I was thinking about RQ, to be honest, and also T2K. But okay, second runner-up goes to Red Aliens, of course. One of the formidable teams, no doubt. And again, with the kind of performance that we've seen coming from Lapar and Satar, Zuxi, Luxi, and Genfus, absolutely wonderful. Again, Bigatron Red Aliens lives up to their reputation as one of the best teams, best team rather, from the region.
Yeah, and it just goes to show their prowess in the form of team play, as well as the individual finesse of what they have to offer overall. But in terms of playstyle, you can see that these top three teams have definitely looked to always play together as a unit overall so efficiently. And of course, we also do have, our fourth placement as well as the MVP of the match as well. And the MVP will still be our star from 52 Esports. It is Crypto with 30 elims and a whole lot of damage to offer in the grand final.
Okay, so there is something that, of course, 52 Esports will be taking out of the Ruthless Invitational Showdown Season 7. That would be MVP title. Set out by Crypto right here. A total of 30 elimination points, 6,189 damage. So even though 52 Esports didn't score any placement for this whole round, he was able to catch that MVP title, which is absolutely great.
Yeah, that race for MVP was really tight, and of course, kudos to him to be able to overtake Rosemary from the past day and still maintaining that lead. And as a matter of fact, Rosemary has slid off over on the course of the grand finals, though he did manage to secure quite a lot of elimination points. But this is where damage matters a whole lot, and Crypto has been the most lethal of them all. Of course, we have a good mixture coming in from all different squads. We got Team Flash, this goes to at second place, coming in closely, but the damage numbers maybe not as high as Crypto. And then you got Kenny Mute out of 7-9 at number 3, Lapar on 4th place as well as 9. Both sides tied with a 1.28 average elimination, but all these players, if they're put into one single spot, you know that they're about to break lobbies.
And I guess the only players that I can see missing here would be like GK. Also Sleepy coming from DRS. We also got Bows and who else am I missing? Joker of
Rosemary, Schweppes. Quite a list of names, honestly.
Yeah, but I mean, those names that we've mentioned, they're the ones pretty consistent, you know, in terms of racking really a lot of individual points for themselves. But overall fraggers, ladies and gentlemen, we've got Turu Love T2K joining into the lineup here. Same thing goes for Jay Branky of Team Pandom. We've got Kenny of Sem9 and Gosu as well coming from Team Flash.
That's right. So this will basically wrap up the overall fraggers as well as the top performers individually from each respective teams. I love the fact that it isn't one-sided of, oh, we have one team dominating the whole tournament. This whole tournament has been amazing because it's always been a race between multiple squads, and we finally get to have a glimpse. Alter Ego Ares sits at the top with 149 points, followed by Team Pandom's Chicken Dinner that actually sent them into that top 2. Without that Chicken Dinner, this is not possible at all, as Bigatron Red Aliens have also knocked Team Flash and 52 Esports off of their spot. It was so close. They are actually tied. Team Flash ties with Bigatron, and 52 Esports is 1 point shy. This is the closest we've seen so far.
It was a great performance coming from all 16 teams. Not gonna lie here. I mean, everyone did really put up a good show. I mean, sure, there are teams that landed on the second page, but hey, I mean, again, we also have to consider the fact that this is like a pseudo stage. You know, this is an avenue for teams to prepare themselves in the upcoming global stages set out by the PUBG Mobile team. And I guess some of the teams here don't want to really reveal their aces, you know, they don't want to show their tricks as well, but everyone, I can say that everyone did their part and basically put up a great fight, even though we haven't seen them really get that winner chicken dinner. But the 1v4 clutches, the 2v2 clutches is still an amazing thing to watch.
It definitely was, and every single team that has partaken in this tournament made it to the grand finals by merits as well. But when it comes down to some of the most powerful, hard-hitting teams out there, of course, you got Rosemary out of Alter Ego alongside his entire squad that has been able to really harness everyone's potential overall with some of the highest eliminations possible. 92 to book off of that match, as well as 21k damage. It's just absurd. It's absolutely absurd. And Team Pandom, their formula of going all out fragging has paid off.
Ooh, let's pay close attention to the head-to-head. This is Total Love and Rosemary. Average elimination points is 1.17 versus 1.44, so that goes to Total Love. Average damage output, obviously that would be Rosemary. Elimination, using grenades, absolutely goes to Total Love. And Team Crusher, I guess the numbers really not that far from each other. It speaks for themselves that these two guys right here is been, you know, they've worked hard, you know, to make sure that their teams get the points that they need to be able to maintain their overall status.
Yeah, back in day one, they were just barely scraping by, having very average results. But day two is where they shine the brightest, acquiring more and more of these points. And you can only imagine day three, this is the biggest results that they've managed to get in order to be number one overall, where you take a look at that 37 eliminations coming from day two, and then day three, they just top it out by another point. So that is that level of consistency that we're looking at here from the top dog of the tournament.
Okay, yeah, definitely. Alter Ego Ares, though, it was like they suddenly decided to show up during the first few matches, Alter Ego Air is not really getting all the points. They have been playing it very passive, but towards the end of the competition, they just suddenly decide to, okay, let's step on the gas, let's get those elimination points, and there you go. Alter Ego Air is winning this whole thing. I mean, if you can actually remember day number 1 of the grand finals, it wasn't even Alter Ego Airs who is at the top. It was actually Team Flash, and I believe 52 Esports there as well, Team Secret at T2K. But again, that was a great performance from their team.
Yeah. Meanwhile, for the side of BTR, day 1 they were basically sitting at the top, and then day 2 is where they barely gotten much out of it as well. But they still managed to at least keep up in terms of ranks, still within the top 10 ratio. Where day 3 here today, they fought tooth and nail in order to be able to also stand toe to toe to all the names that we've previously mentioned before. So now let's take a look at all the other accolades as well. The top 5 for the longest distance skill, and it's just ridiculous, right? Killer YT somehow has always been the sharpest sniper on the block. 468 is the number to beat, and T24 came pretty close, but that's still 300 something. No one's been able to reach that 400 mark other than Killer YT.
All right, here we go. I mean, Gosu, I did expect, to be honest, that Batman or like Bounce will definitely get, like the some sort of title coming from Team Flash, but it was Gosu who has been stepping up to the gameplay. He even actually got the overall MVP, I guess, during the semifinals and perhaps like the first day of the grand finals. Not quite sure there, but yeah, okay. So this is most distance traveled. So there's Bao. So I guess he is the scouter of the team.
Yeah, and the best driver as well for the entire squad, if that's going to be telling you anything at all. And of course, most assists. This is incredible stats coming in from both Bobo as well as Break to be able to share that 21 assists at number 1. So Sem9 has 2 members here, which means that they've always played together as a unit. And if they were to be eliminated, it's always together as well. So we also have Team Flash on board. Grenade kills, even Crypto takes the cake for this one.
Yeah, the biggest share of the pie there, 8 elimination points. So he has like a 4-point lead up against Surulov, Kenny of Sem9, and also Lapar of BTR. I mean, you gotta do everything, right? Not just about the spray, but it's also like the perfect timing of throwing that nade.
Yeah, and these are your loot goblins overall. Crypto definitely loves to amp himself up with even more powerful weapons, which is why he managed to win some great games overall. Jiki, Kansa, as well as Asa. I guess all of them are number 1, tied. 2 drops apiece.
Whew, and Lynx, most heal. So I guess we are looking at the players who I think always the first one to get knocked down, or at least always getting knocked down. That's why. Or are these players the one giving the healing, or are they the ones healing up?
They are the one healing up. I have a very good explanation.
Right.
You rotate late into the circle, you heal yourself up. That's the only way to go. So that tells you a little bit of playstyle of build-out. But headshots, this is very interesting, where we see annihilations coming in from Alva True Headshots itself. Meanwhile, there's 2 members of Alter Ego that includes Hans for you, and Hans is also the best survivor throughout the course of the tournament.
All right. Yeah, I mean, this is also important as well. I mean, if you always get eliminated during the first few minutes of the game, so that's also not very nice for you. And this is such a great display of trying to stay alive, and get to the latter stages of the game. So I guess the most effective strat there will be coming from Hans for you of Alter Ego Eras.
Yeah, and I just love the fact that, there's Crypto everywhere you see, and right now, with the most grenade eliminations, it is also being backed by 52 Esports. As a matter of fact, they are definitely one of the most accurate when it comes down to utilizing those grenades, whether defensively or even offensively. So I guess those cool stats are now all being wrapped up. Once again, congratulations to our champions, Alter Ego Aries, for a very hard-fought tournament. And of course, the MVP, Crypto, to be able to back one home for the side of 52 Esports. Of course, that will conclude our journey here in Season 7, but the good news is we got Clash of Giants brand new season coming up. We'll definitely announce a lot more news to all of you guys when that is happening, but do stay tuned. Make sure you hit that like as well as subscribe, and of course, thank you all very much for watching. Red Queen, I believe you got a whole lot to say before we wrap up.
I think I already run out of words to say just by everything that happened, during the last day of the grand finals here at Ruthless Invitational Showdown. And I do congratulate all of the teams that won. Alter Ego Errors definitely deserved that win. And you're right, you know what? 52 Esports is also one of the most hardworking teams we've seen so far participate in this competition, but kind of fell short, but not when it comes to getting that MVP title. Of course, Crypto making a statement that he is something to watch out for inside the battlegrounds, and that is it for me. You've already encouraged our audience, of course, to follow Ruthless Hype Esports. Hit that subscribe button to make sure that you guys are in the loop with everything that is happening in the community. And while you guys are at it, don't forget to follow us on our social media platforms as well. Our IGN is already down there. It's Red Queen Andy, and we've got Contra right here. We're very easy people to find, so go ahead and search for us on IG, Facebook, TikTok, and well, that's those are my only platforms. So if you have any more platforms, Contra, you can also invite them as well to like and follow you.
Yeah, I'm good. Not too big on social media, but if anyone says hi, I will still, of course, talk to them as well. So, of course, thank you all very much. We'll catch you guys in the next one. So make sure you guys stay around for even more great content from Ruthless Hype Esports. Have a good night, ladies and gentlemen, and we'll see you then.